Hello, hello, hello! Boo! It is me. After days of not showing my face. You guys have heard my voice, but you haven't seen my face. Hello! Are we ready? I honestly forgot that today was the reveal of the nominees for the Game Awards. So listen, we're gonna be going over it. Hello, hello, hello YouTube, hello Twitch. Hey, Leo. Listen. It's 11 minutes. I'm gonna manage to make this into like 4 hours. By the way, I am gonna lock my door, which I haven't done. And I have a feeling that, you know, my parents might want to like come in. Listen, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Everyone good? Everyone chill? Everyone ready? God. Ew. Ew. Let's see. I think I have everything set up. Hopefully the audio is fine. Let me know.
And the Game Award goes to...
God.
The Game Award goes to... And the winner is...
Let's see.
10 years
This
ago,
fucking
we
guy.
began a journey together to celebrate video games as the biggest...
Have you guys, I mean, I'm gonna pause because we don't really care about this fucking asshole. Have you guys seen that he's in full panic mode because the people, like gamers, wanna make a real The Game Awards? So he's trying to copyright the Game Awards. Have you guys seen that? Because if that isn't absolutely fucking pathetic, I don't know what is. Like, bro, he's trying to do like the, you know, React thing that happened in YouTube like so many years ago where like, what is it? Like something React, they wanted to copyright the reaction bit. So any fucking video that had the word react in it would have to, you know, could have been copyrighted by them. Obviously, they got shut down immediately. Yeah, he did try to trademark the the Game Awards. Isn't that absolutely fucking ridiculous? Crazy. Crazy, but like that's the type of people that we're dealing with here. Aside from the fact that it has been absolutely revealed that we know that all the game journals are the ones that vote what is Game of the Year. What many people don't know is that even though there's like 10 or 11 like platforms, like different platforms, they're all owned by 2 parent companies. So that's why during the whole Veilguard fiasco, a lot of different like game journalists from different platforms said the same thing. And it was because they're owned by the same parent company. So it's not even like 10 different platforms. Only 2 fucking companies vote for the Game Awards at the end of the day.
...form of entertainment in the world. And on Thursday, December 12th, right here at Peacock Theater in Los Angeles, we will recognize the best.
So like a month.
Show you what's next with the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. Hey everybody, I'm Jeff Keighley, and welcome to the TGA Global Nomination Announcement Special.
Let's see.
Today, it is my distinct honor to reveal
they're fucking
nominees, recognizing
useless.
talented game developers from studios big and small around the world. And you can help select
Where's Veilguard?
by
Show
voting
me.
right now at thegameawards.com.
We're gonna vote.
All right, you've waited
See if
long
that
enough.
means anything.
So let's do it. Here are the nominees for the Game Awards 2024.
For Best Ongoing Game, the nominees are Destiny 2, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, and Helldivers 2. Your best
Helldivers for
performance
me, because it's the only one that
are
I've played.
Brianna White for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Hannah Tell for Life is Strange.
Listen, who has played Life is Strange double exposure? Lift your fucking hand right now. Hands up. Who has fucking played Life is Strange double exposure? So what the fuck are you talking about?
Double exposure. Umberly Gonzalez.
What? So the voice actor for the bitch in Outlaws? What?
For Star Wars Outlaws, Luke Roberts, Silent Hill 2, and Melina Jurgens,
Was there no one else to... What? What? There's... let me fucking... Okay, I can understand Melina Jurgens. Like, she does a really... Like, she did a really good job in the first Hellblade. The second one was pretty much a disappointment, very short. But I don't understand the rest of them. Senua is the only one that I can see.
Brianna.
I haven't played Final Fantasy Rebirth. I don't know who Brianna White is. I don't know who she voice acts, but Final Fantasy is always gonna be a big ass fucking IP, so you know what? Sure.
White for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Hannah.
Where did this bitch come from? I feel like Life is Strange Double Exposure, it's so mediocre that it's not even being highlighted as a bad game. Like, I think it came out during the, like, in between Dustborn, Unknown 9, and Veilguard. So it was completely obscured to the point that it didn't even get promoted as a bad game. So why is this bitch here?
Tal for Life is Strange Double Exposure. Umberly.
This cunt, why is she here? No one liked her fucking performance or the character at all. So why is she fucking here? I do not understand. Like, no one from Wukong, no one from Space Marines 2. I think the Space Marines 2 voice acting was amazing. What the fuck?
Gonzalez.
Also, how many women?
Best performance nominees are Brianna White
1,
for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Hannah Tao
2,
for Life is Strange Double Exposure. Umberly
3,
Gonzalez for Star Wars Outlaws. Luke Roberts, Silent Hill 2. And
4.
Melina.
Out of 5, 4 are women. And 2 don't deserve to even be in this category. So we're starting strong, okay? We're starting like heavy. Okay. I feel like it's either like completely disregard all these other bitches. It's between the guy from Silent Hill and Senua, honestly. They brought up Elden Ring just to beat up Wukong 100%. Access Media have 90% of the vote. We know, it's crazy.
Jurgens, Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2.
That is crazy.
For the best mobile game, the
Veilguard. If Veilguard isn't here, Veilguard should win Best Mobile Game. Come on.
nominees are AFK Journey, Balatro, Pokemon Trading Card Game
I don't play
Pocket,
mobile games, so I don't know
Wuthering
any
Waves,
of this.
and
I have heard that Withering Waves, it's really popular, so this is probably gonna win.
Zenless Zone Zero.
Never heard of this.
The nominees for Best Art Direction are Astrobot,
No, I
Black
haven't played
Myth
it.
Wukong,
Art, I get it. Black Myth Wukong, it's a really pretty game. Really, it's a concept art game for me.
Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree,
Okay.
Metaphor Refantasio, and Neva.
Never heard of Neva.
For Best Score and Music, this year's nominees are Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth,
I don't care about Final
Metaphor
Fantasy.
Refantasio,
Haven't played this one.
Silent Hill 2, and Stellar Blade. In the
I'm surprised that I'm seeing Stellar Blade at all. So listen.
category of Best Audio Design, these games
Yeah,
are
I do agree that, like, I said it in my tweet that they literally put the Elden Ring DLC so it would win Game of the Year. Like, because after so much controversy, they couldn't give Game of the Year to the game that they wanted to give Game of the Year, which is, say it with me, Dragon Age The Veilguard. So they had to shoehorn the fucking Elden Ring DLC so people wouldn't be mad that Wukong and other games got. Like, oh, you guys, you wanted Elden Ring to win Game of the Year again, so here you go. So it's just a fucking lazy way and just a very cowardly way to give people overall like a good Game of the Year because, hey, the DLC is fantastic. And it does, for me, it's the size of a fucking game. itself. So, you know what I mean? But it shouldn't be winning in the same, I don't know, in the same year as Black Myth Wukong, Space Marines 2. Like, it shouldn't be here. It should be Black Myth Wukong or Stellar Blade or anything else than fucking Gravity and Veilguard. Thank you. I'm having a lot of fun. Hero, hero.
Astrobot, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth,
Final Fantasy is gonna win something because I'm seeing it a lot. I don't know.
Senua's Saga Hellblade.
That's the thing. Like, I get it. But again, Senua's Saga overall didn't have good fucking reviews.
Blade 2, and Silent Hill 2.
So it's Silent Hill, Senua, Wukong. I don't know if it's gonna win anything because they're pairing it with big fucking names. I don't know.
Adaptation recognizes excellence in authentically creating shows, movies, and other creative...
So what is it gonna be Game of the Year? The Elden Ring DLC. What else?
endeavors
Silent
based
Hill.
on video game world.
But Silent Hill got mixed reviews in the sense of it wasn't as good of a remake as any of the other remakes for Resident Evil were.
worlds. Here are this year's nominees for Best Adaptation.
Hola.
Arcane,
Okay, Arcane, it's great. I think Fallout might win this one. Arcane is amazing.
Fallout, Knuckles,
I've never heard of Knuckles. What is that? Is that like a movie?
Like a Dragon Yakuza, and Tomb Raider, The Legend of...
What is this? Oh, Tomb Raider is the one where they made Lara Croft into a bodybuilder? Isn't that...
of Lara Croft. For Best Narrative in a Game, the TGA nominees are Final Fantasy VII
So Final Fantasy is gonna win something.
Rebirth, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor ReFantazio, Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, and Silent Hill 2.
So I don't like this. It's just the same fucking... That's the thing. It's because there's been such a lackluster, list of games this year. Like, there's been so... I don't know if there's been a lot of releases, but the releases that have released were not good, overall, most of them. So it's just the same fucking games over and over again. So much for giving, indie games, a chance and whatever.
Games for Impact celebrates thought-provoking games with a profound pro-social meaning.
Here we go! Here we go! Let's
or
go!
message.
Let's
Here
go!
are this year's nominees.
Closer the Distance, Indica, Neva, Life is Strange Double Exposure, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Tales...
It didn't get a nomination for Games for Impact? They didn't give it? What? Veilguard didn't get a nomination for Games for Impact? I'm sorry, you're telling me that BioWare, for 4 fucking months, was gaping its asshole wide for all of Twitter to be like, oh my god, inclusivity, we're queer, and it didn't get fucking nominated for Games for Impact? Wow. I would hang myself. Honestly, I would find a robe, I don't know, and I would just bitch, all that backlash, for nothing? For fucking nothing? Wow. Woohoo!
of Kenzera, Zao. The nominees for Best Community Support are Baldur's Gate 3,
Okay.
Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Helldivers,
Wait. Helldivers, wasn't one of Helldivers' controversies that it didn't have good community support? Maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong.
2, and No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky should win this, by the way. No Man's Sky has been silent as the grave. Since the whole controversy, they have been making the game that they want to make, and they have been updating the game constantly and making it good for free. It should be No Man's Sky.
In the category of Best Multiplayer, the nominees are Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2,
Okay.
Super Mario Party Jamboree, Tekken 8, and Warhammer 40,000. Space Marine 2.
That's what you're gonna give it? Just multiplayer? This is the first time that I'm seeing it.
Best Independent Game celebrates games with a high degree of risk tolerance, as they are produced outside of the traditional publisher system. The nominees are
Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, Neva,
I have to
and
get into indie games.
UFO 50.
I don't know any of them.
Next is Best Debut Indie Game, which recognizes a development team that hasn't won a Game Award before.
No, Robert deserves something. Like,
In fact,
bro.
these teams published their first game in 2024. The nominees are
Animal Well, Balatro, Manor Lords, Pacific Drive, and The Plucky Squire. For Best VR AR Game, the nominees are Arizona Sunshine Remake, Asgard's Wrath 2, Batman Arkham Shadow,
Oh yeah, the new fucking Batman game that they made VR for some fucking reason.
Metal
I don't know.
Hellsinger VR, and Metro Awakening. For Content Creator of the Year, the nominees are Queso,
Okay, you know what? I like this man. I haven't watched a single fucking stream of his, but he is hilarious. So, you know what? Queso.
Ilawan,
Illo Juan? Illo Juan? This is a Spanish streamer, by the way. Illo Juan?
Techno Gamers, Typical Game.
Also, why are they fucking giving Content Creator of the Year? Is this a thing that they've been doing? It should be, I'm telling you right now,
Queso.
it should be Queso. I call him Casio because, you know what? It should be Queso. Like, Illo Juan is big in Spain. He's so cute. I need to get into more of his videos. I don't know if he posts videos on YouTube. I'll just like watch his fucking... Yeah, I should be nominated. Where am I?
Ilawan,
Yeah, Twitch does that. I think that's the first time that I've seen a Game of the Year's award with Content Creators of the Year. Illo Juan is gonna be... There's some... Like, Illo Juan is big, but there's Ibai, there's Out on Play, there's Rubius, there's so many. I don't know why they picked Illo Juan. Okay.
Techno Gamers, Typical Gamer,
Never heard of
and
them.
Usada Pecora.
What is she gonna do? She cannot come to pick up the award.
Part of the Game Awards is looking forward to what's next. And yes, we'll have lots of games to announce on December 12th. But what's the most anticipated upcoming game? Here are the nominees based on currently announced titles.
Explain. America, explain. Are we giving rewards for nothing? Are we giving awards for like thoughts and ideas? No? Eh? I get it. That's trying to... I get it. But this is... And it's a participation trophy. Like, I get it. Death Stranding, it's very anticipated. But what do you mean it's nominated for what? It hasn't done anything yet.
Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Ghost of Yote,
Get! I... One of the games right now with Assassin's Creed Shadows that has the most controversies because of the people Ubisoft chose to make into the protagonist. Also, now added on top that the voice actor and, you know, face actor, just actor for the Ghost of Tsushima game came out during the whole like Trump election and was fucking basically crying on stream because Trump won. So Ubisoft is fucked. Ubisoft, and again, I do not understand. I feel like if you participate in a game from a company, I feel like you should be under a contract that at least you know, a year or 2 years after like their release and before, you cannot be problematic on the internet. Like, hey, don't mention politics, don't mention this, don't mention that. You're under contract. Just like, don't be a piece of shit, because they're actively sabotaging the Ubisoft games. Like, it is crazy. Crazy.
Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and Monster Hunter Wilds.
Monster Hunter Wilds I can see, but I would have like a best beta or something like that, because Monster Hunter Wilds, out of all of them, I think it's the only game that people have played as a game. The other ones are just concept at this point. We don't know what the end result is gonna be like. At least make the fucking category best demo or best alpha, whatever. What is this?
The best action-adventure nominees are Astrobot,
Veilguard hasn't made one single appearance yet.
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Silent Hill 2, Star Wars Outlaws,
They have no shame, eh? They have no shame. Huh?
and The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. For best role-playing,
I mean, Veilguard, you lost the nomination for games with most impact. Shoehorn yourself in here.
jury selected Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring: Shadow of the Erd Tree,
Which is not a role-playing game. I said it. I said it. Elden Ring, Dark Souls, they're not role-playing games. Excuse me? They're their own genre. Dark Souls games are Dark Souls games. They're not role-playing games. And there you go.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth,
I did like the
and
Dragon games.
Metaphor: ReFantasia.
That's one.
In the category of Best Fighting, the nominees are
Oh, and Veilguard wasn't there either. Ooh.
Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, Marvel vs.
And you love to see this. You know what you love to see? And I'll go into more detail at the end of when we finish the video. That this is just literally damage control. Because Veilguard was gonna be in more than one category. It was gonna be in the most impactful. It was gonna be in the best role-playing game. It was gonna be in the best action game. It was gonna be there. It was. You can bet everything you're wearing right now that it was gonna be. But what they weren't expecting was that Veilguard just sparked this wave, this tsunami of backlash against the game journalists and the industry as a whole. It spearheaded the movement of just, this is it. We're done with this. It's over. Stop. And they had to, woohoo. That's why I think it's one of the reasons why they brought, DLCs now can win Game of the Year. 100%.
Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics, Multiversus, and Tekken 8.
I don't play
The
fighting
nominees
games.
for Best Action are Black Myth Wukong, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, and Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2.
Okay.
Innovation in accessibility celebrates games that are making our industry available and
Who's yapping?
enjoyable to more people. Selected by a special committee of accessibility
yapping?
experts. The nominees for
I've heard spoilers about this. Let's roll it back.
Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2.
What are we saying?
Innovation in accessibility celebrates games that are making our industry available and enjoyable to more people. Selected by a special committee of accessibility experts. The nominees for innovation.
Accessibility in what sense? Like the fucking toggle if you're colorblind, like that accessibility?
In accessibility are
Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Diablo 4, Dragon Age the...
What is innovation in accessibility? Is it like that? Is it like, oh, toggle here, like in the options for visually and other sense impaired? So this is literally a participation award. This is literally like, oh, I'm gonna go there. The guy in your class that it's a special needs and he didn't win anything at a fucking, like gym class or whatever, but he gets a participation award because he's breathing, he's there. Is that what it is? Oh my god, brother.
Veilguard, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and Star Wars.
So this is the special needs class. It's what it is. Okay.
Next up, Best Family Game. The nominees are Astrobot, Princess Peach Showtime, Super Mario Party Jamboree, The Legend of Zelda,
I cannot believe
The
this.
Wisdom,
I'm
and
gonna let it play.
The Plucky Squire. The Best Sim Strategy nominees are Age of Mythology Retold, Frostpunk 2, Kunitsugami, Path of the Gods.
I've heard great things about this
Manor
one.
Lords, and Unicorn Overlord.
I don't know.
This year, these titles are nominated for Best Sports Racing, F1 24, EA Sports FC 25, NBA 2K25, Top Spin 2K25, and WWE 2K24.
All right, let's take a look at our 3 esports categories, starting with Best Esports
Pero ¿por qué las estás dando tú? Pero,
Game. The nominees are Counter-Strike 2, Dota 2, League of Legends, Mobile Legends Bang
Okay.
Bang, and Valorant.
so, Riot, or Riot?
The
Okay.
nominees for Best Esports Athlete
Fucking, what's his name? Faker.
are
That's the only one that I know.
3, Alexi B, Chuvi, Faker, Zywoo, and Kong Kong.
No, his name is... It's his name. Say it properly. Listen. Athlete.
And for the Best Esports Team, our Special Esports Committee nominated these teams: Billy Gaming, League of Legends, Gen G, League of Legends, Navi, Counter-Strike, T1, League of Legends, and Team Liquid, Dota 2.
All right, it's time for our final 2 categories. For Best Game Direction, which recognizes outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design, the nominees are
Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong.
Okay, we're seeing Black Myth
Elden Ring,
Wukong.
Shadow of the
Let's all agree. Consensus, it's gonna be Elden Ring. Obviously, that's why they put it in there. So yeah.
Bird Tree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Metaphor
Oh,
ReFantasia.
what happened? Snap! They stole it. They stole it. Corinne. I have to call Corinne. I have to call her. What's wrong with her? She's gonna be so sad about this. Oh my god. Oh no.
And finally, our global TGA jury, of which I am not a member, has selected the following 6 games.
He thinks he's hilarious. He thinks he's hilarious. I'm not a member, by the way. Yeah, but you probably have fucking shares in every single company. Not company, because there's two companies. And then each company owns like a bunch of fucking game journalists, like whatever. Shut up.
Games as nominees for Game of the Year at the Game Awards 2024. The Game of the Year nominees are
Astrobot from Team Asobi, Balatro from Local Thunk.
I'm sorry, okay? I've heard great things about Astrobot, haven't played it. What the fuck is Balatro? And I'm very sorry, I need to know. Balatro. ¿Qué? Listen, I understand. Game of the Year? I understand. We've seen it. We have seen it in other categories. Game of the Year. Balatro. Wukong better be here. Space Marines. If the fucking card game is here, Space Marines 2, Wukong better be here.
Black Myth Wukong by Game Science. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree by From Software. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth from Square Enix. And Metaphor Fantasia from Studio Zero.
So there you have it. Those are your...
So we're just pulling shit out of our asses now. We're just like going like this and pulling shit out and be like, here, what? Is this not a fucking joke? Really? Wow. It's gonna be Elden Ring, by the way. It's completely rigged. It's completely done on purpose. 100%. Obviously. What was that? First of all, no Space Marines? No Space Marines 2? Really? Okay. I feel personally offended, you know, for that one. Okay. Veilguard, though. I mean, are we surprised? Because, you know, and I feel vindicated every time something like this happens, you know, your bitch, the bitch here feels vindicated. I feel right. I feel, you know, like I'm at the top of the world because I've been hating on this game for 4 months straight. And I've been saying, it's not gonna hit 100,000 views, like not views, concurrent players. It's not gonna hit it. It's not, did it hit it? It didn't hit it. Game of the year. Every single fucking gaming fucking magazine, like online website was preaching. Oh my God. Game of the year material. Game of the fucking year. Ooh, wow. Where is it? Not only are those same, like IGN, bro, IGN, PC Gamer, Game of the Year, Veilguard, Game of the Year. It's gonna rewrite like people's brains when they play it. It's gonna change the history of video games as we know it. It did, not in the way that they thought it did. Hello, Caneta. And bruh, now they're like, actually, it was too woke, but in a bad way, and it didn't deliver what they thought it delivered. It didn't eat what it thought it ate. The plate empty. It didn't. IGN and PC Gamer, the most like that I've seen, were like, you know, like, oh yeah, Game of the Year. They're like, we never said that actually. Gaslighting, you know, 8,000. What? What? Nothing. It fucking won the participation award. It didn't win anything. It won a fucking nomination. Really? And I'm telling you, with 100% certainty, I was saying that before, 100% certainty that they meant for it to be in the Game of the Year category and many more. Action RPG, impactful, all of those, okay? It meant to be in more than one flimsy, here you go for like, you know, breathing and not dying in the process nomination. But Veilguard has sparked the fucking fuse of a movement long in the making, and it just poof. One thing you can tell about Veilguard, it has changed the way the industry works. It has, because it has unraveled so many corrupt bitches that are just lurking in the industry, like this fucking bitch, like Jeff or whatever his not fucking name is, and IGN, PC Gamer. Like, it made people like pull the fucking thread and see like, oh, why are all of these gaming journalists saying the same thing over and over again when they're from different companies? Turns out they're not from different companies most of the time. Every thread, every single journal goes back to 2 parent companies. So that's why Everything is rigged from the fucking start. Which we knew, obviously. You know, people are like, oh, I knew that. I knew that since the beginning. Yeah, it's an open secret, obviously. But what we want is for them to expose themselves. And they're doing that beautifully. They're doing that with no extra, like outside need at all. We love to see it. Everyone, it's like they used to mean something. And that's why this guy is so full of himself. And every like IGN, PC Gamer, they're completely full of themselves. Because at some point, their word held sway on people. It had weight. And the longer they have been like sitting at the top, scratching their fucking balls and sniffing their fingers, the more people are like, okay, but what are you actually doing? Like, how does everything work? Like, and they're like unraveling little by little. The more we're just being like, oh, so you motherfuckers are just taking our money and taking companies' monies and lying to us and gaslighting us to sell more products for specific companies that are, putting money in your pocket. And they have been fucking from the top all the way to the bottom of the pecking order, okay? And they don't like that. They don't like that. This guy wants to fucking trademark the Game Awards because now, I think his name is Stuttering Craig. He's thinking or in the process of making a Real People Games Awards, We'll see how that works, but either way. And Jeff is in full panic mode, full damage control mode. And he's now being like, no, we have to trademark it. Please sign this petition, please. You're not going to get the Game Awards. You're not. So give up. Thank you. Incredible. That was crazy. That was, expected to the absolute max. Like, I knew. And you guys can fucking take that from my cold dead hands. I knew Velgar was gonna eat shit publicly in a way that it has never eaten shit before. BioWare is shaking in its boots right now. And I know Jeff had a fucking conversation with the BioWare CEO or the EA CEO and be like, hey, we cannot give you all those categories. We can't give you all those nominations. If we do, our reputation is gonna plummet even more than it is now. We'll put you in here and, hope for the best. I knew this. I knew it, and no one can take that away from me. Everyone that has been, bitching for months about the fact that I was wrong and Velgar was gonna prove me wrong. It was gonna win Game of the Year. It sold so many copies. It was gonna wow. No, it didn't. I love to see big companies. I think this is the most dark, humane side of me in the sense of I love watching rich people panic. I love watching rich people run around like a headless chicken. Love that. Oh, it's just, there's something so gratifying at seeing that people are waking up and realizing, dude, we put them there. We can take them down. There's something amazing about that. That people are finally realizing, bro, you are nothing without us. You're nothing. You either bend over backwards for us or you fucking get your spine snapped. It is what it is. And I love that. I think I love her. You'll never back me because I have a boyfriend and that I'm gonna marry. So. But I am a communist no, I'm not. I just want everyone to, everyone that has more money than me, I hope that you're dead. Sorry. If Edgar gets Game of the Year, will prove how useless the gaming media and scam awards are. It didn't even get a fucking nomination, bro. So I know. I do have a boyfriend. Yup. Unfortunately for you, fortunately for me. refute your university socially basket weaving degrees, making your way into our games. It's crazy. It's crazy. And listen, I'm in the best position ever. And I've always been absolutely 100% transparent about my thought process and just how I tackle being a content creator and everything. Like other people were like, oh, you're just going to be able to write the hate train on Veilguard for so long. They really thought, it was going to be great. So when it came out, it was going to prove me wrong. So all those 4 months of me grifting about the game was going to end up like biting me in the ass. It didn't do that. It's just, my channel is doing pretty well. I cannot say the same for the channels of the shills that were shilling for this game, as, for as long as I was shitting on it. You know who they are. You know who you are. I'll drop the names. I don't give a fuck. Unifade Walker, Kala Elizabeth. How are you guys faring? It's almost like when you build your entire channel, much as I have, about being a fan of something, and you refuse to acknowledge that there's a problem with it, your audience will just be like, I don't trust you. I don't care about your opinion on anything, actually, because you can get bought and you're just absolutely 100% biased. We're all biased as people, okay? But there is a limit. There is a limit. There's a limit of like, because again, I don't think you motherfuckers can find someone that loves Dragon Age as much as I do. So, let me stop you right there. But even if I was trying to sell you a product, there's only so much I can do when the product is literally a steaming pile of shit. Like, bruh. I'm the best of, the best moment in my life I've ever been. So, yeah. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Because I don't do this, and I never did this with the intention of, oh, I want to go viral, I want to be rich, I want to, No. I did it because, again, and you guys can sense it. You guys can sense it through the screen, my nasty aura. I started my channel, like, in posting videos about Veilguard out of a place of absolutely, like, enragement, in just hatred for what they have done to Dragon Age. And the more I saw about it, the more I was, absolutely baffled about the amount of copium that the community was fucking having. I was so fucking pissed. My criticism has always come from a place of hatred, but not because I'm a hater in general, which I am. But, I was born like this. I have not spoken to John Dragon Age. For everyone that, I spoke to John Dragon Age the day I interviewed him, and then never again. For everyone that was thinking that I knew him beforehand or we talked beforehand, nah. You made me hate it even more, and I love it. Hatred is free, and people that fucking shame others for like, oh, why do you hate it? Because I can? Move your fucking... Get out! Shut the fuck up. Like, bro... The whole, like, moral high ground, like, movement that there is on fucking Twitter and just, like, social media nowadays, like, bro, I know you're seething. And because you have to, like, portray yourself as a paragon of fucking virtue on the internet, I know you have ulcers. I know you're just fucking mad all the time, and you cannot even be outspoken or transparent about it. Bro, you can do both. Look at my new content on YouTube. That's the most relaxed you're ever gonna hear me speak. I'm not that relaxed when I'm like recording the voiceover and, cursing at myself for getting things wrong. But that's the most relaxed you're ever gonna hear me. But then here, this is free real estate, baby. You can do both. You can be fucking professional and like something and, and then you can be a fucking hater and be a human being. You can do both. And it's like Bane from The Dark Knight Rises. Oh my God. I don't know. I'm happy, man. Like, one thing I have to give to Corinne Bush, John Epler, Patrick Weeks, Bayer, EA, is that they made me. You guys made me. And I undid you. But hey. Kind of funny them putting a terrible cover of Boys Heroes in the Veilguard trailer. That sums up what the game is. A mediocre cover. Just like a modern take on a classic. Literally. It's just crazy. It's not being a hater if you're right. I am right, but I'm also a hater. Those two can be true at the same time. I am a hater. I've always been a hater. Even before I started being a content creator. And that's just who I am. I've never claimed to be anything else. And my intention was, bitch, scared the living shit out of me. Hello, Merlin. I'm just like this. The thing is, people thought that this was a character. Bro. It's not. I'm just like this. This is how I traverse my life. It is what it is. I enjoy it. I am very outspoken. I have very strong opinions. And you guys are going to hear it. And if you don't want to hear it, you can click off. It's your fucking right. I don't pretend to make everyone like me. It's impossible. Which is why it really fucking upsets me that these people, these content creators, these fucking game journals, they try so hard to just be liked and be palatable. Bro, don't be afraid of breaking some eggs. You're gonna be fine. The problem when you're fence sitting all the time is this shit. People don't like fence sitting. You either have an opinion or you don't. But be like, shut the fuck up. And it's not even fence sitting at this point, because motherfuckers had an opinion and then they backpedaled with the speed of fucking Sonic. It was what was that? I'm hot. What was that? Can you explain to me how you can publicly Are you good? My fan is screaming at me. Are you okay? If this is gonna be a Final Destination shit where the fucking blades go boom and just decapitate me, please spread the clip everywhere and give the money to my dog. Don't do that sound. Chill. Donate to me to 123 Internet Street so I can get a new fucking fan. I am scared, but I'm also hot. Listen. There is something. The whole IGN PC gamer bullshit, I have never seen anything like this. And I know that I'm new to the whole, internet business. I've been streaming for a long time. I've streamed for 2 years. It's gonna be 3 soon-ish, I think. Who keeps count? Not me, obviously. And I was just in my corner of the internet, minding my own business. And apparently a fucking war was raging outside my walls, and I didn't notice. And then, fucking Veilguard came and knocked at my fucking door, and I was like, oh, okay. And here I am, 4 months later. Hello. And what's going on? Is this a thing? Is this a fucking thing that people have been doing? Just completely backpedaling after articles and articles and articles of oh my god, I love this game, of the year material. Didn't Cal Elizabeth backpedal? We're gonna watch that video because Nuda hates her fans confirmed. I hate all of you bitches. Obviously. Bruh. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I'm not gonna fucking lie about it. Am I giddy? Am I excited? Yes, because brother. Carla Elizabeth. Ooh, and yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the number thing. The thing that you guys don't like. Not you, them. Okay? Let's see. Carla Elizabeth has 27,000 subscribers. This bitch, who I hate, by the way. Who is this bitch? I don't like her. Someone report her and get her like deplatform. She doesn't deserve to have a platform. She has almost 10,000. Fucking subscribe to my YouTube, you motherfuckers. Let's see how many views I have. Oh, this one has 50. Let's be nice. Let's pick this one. 13,000 views, 7 days, like a week ago. And you have 14,000 almost a week ago as well. Oh, it's almost like shilling. Didn't work out. Oopsies. I love it because these fucking people have been talking shit while they have me blocked because they know they cannot handle the fucking heat, right? And they have been, going like, oh, when Velgar comes out, her fucking numbers are gonna dip. She's gonna lose all her fucking following. Bitch, people follow me because I'm a hater. That's it. What the fuck? I'm not Latin. I am European. Me cago en vuestra puta madre, ¿eh? Que no? This one. I think, hola, she backpedaled in this one. We're gonna see. And if she doesn't, I'm just gonna rip her a fucking new asshole either way. They blocked me. Yeah. That means that I'm too powerful. Do you even hate gay and disabled fans? Yes. And if you're black, as well, I hate you. What else? If you're a woman, I hate you. What else is there? What other what other niche can I hate into? Like Chinese people, Asian people I hate, gay, lesbian, anything. A straight white man, obviously.
Age is a fascinating series because at its core, it doesn't really have an identity.
¿Qué? Pero me cago en tu puta madre, Cara Elizabeth. Dragon Age at its core doesn't have an identity. Pero hija de puta? All of you leave. ¿Qué?
Every game is different than the last. And I wouldn't even say that the games are evolving. They are just changing. With evolving, usually you take what came before and reiterate it, build upon it. But with Dragon Age, sometimes it just changes for the sake of change. And as someone who loves all of the games and is a major Dragon Age fan...
Sorry, Kayla. I had to do that. I had to take it out of the way. Get it out of the way. Get it out of the way.
Playing Veilguard and realizing how much it has changed from the past Dragon Age games makes me ask myself, what is Dragon Age?
Pero tú de qué coño hablas? Subnormal. Es que me toca los cojones de una manera. What we're doing here, okay? And I'll tell you because I see it. I see where it's going. I see her. Ooh, she thinks she's fucking sneaky. She isn't. She's absolutely fucking predictable. Dragon Age. What is Dragon Age? What is Dragon Age? At the end of the day, we don't know what Dragon Age is. Like, can you guys tell for sure? Like there's not a definition for what Dragon Age is. So technically, Veilguard counts as a Dragon Age game because, it might not be great. It changed. It evolved. Me cago en su puta madre. Es que para darle de hostia. Bueno.
To me, Dragon Age is about the world. It's about the world building in Thedas and the stories within it. And that's really it.
Es que es para darle.
When I think about Dragon Age, something that I can feel consistently through all the games, Those are the only things that I can really grasp.
Pero, what is this amount of fucking nothing? What introduction is this? You know what? Dragon Age? Dragon Age is Dragon Age. And it's just things that I feel when I play Dragon Age that make Dragon Age Dragon Age.
There isn't really anything else that stays consistent throughout any of the 4 games.
¿Qué hablas? What is she talking about? There is consistency. From Origins to Inquisition, it goes down. The level of consistency, it goes down 100%. But from Origins to Inquisition, there is a semblance of consistency. There is. And there is stories that we see start in Origins that we see come to, to a bloom, to a blossom in Dragon Age 2 or Inquisition. Meryl, for example, Colin, for example, in Inquisition. So what are you talking about? There is consistency. She's just absolutely saying buzzwords here. It is crazy.
Every Dragon Age game has a new approach when it comes to combat, designs, music.
And are you peeping how she doesn't really say anything? There's a new approach. It's like, oh, can you guys see how my wall has a color to it? You will see, if you look around you, that walls have colors. And that's what makes a wall to me. That it has a color to it. What color, Kayla Elizabeth? What color is your wall? You couldn't even say that to me? You couldn't even say what fucking... Nope. 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 Nope.
RPG elements, the romances, literally everything about these games is always changing.
What do you say?
Combat, designs, music.
Didn't she just say that what's Dragon Age for her, it's the story or the world building or whatever?
RPG elements, the romances, literally everything about these games is always changing, alongside the protagonist. It's fascinating watching this change.
¿Qué habla? What is she saying? Is it just me? It feels like I'm listening to someone saying shoe, phone, keyboard, sky, potato, tomato, vegetable, water. It's words that I understand. When she puts them together, I don't fucking know what she's talking about. What the fuck is going on? I don't know if... What? It's been a minute. She hasn't said a single thing.
It's also extremely frustrating. For me, I fell in love with Inquisition first. And then I went back and played all the games.
So you are a cunt, is what you're saying. Ah, Kayla Elizabeth. So we're a fan of Inquisition. And then we went back. Which, if you've done that, fair enough. But I don't take any fucking criticism on opinions on this front. Inquisition, out of all of them, it's the worst Dragon Age. Veilguard is not even on the fucking list. Inquisition. Objectively, you can like it more or less. I liked it. Okay? What I played of before I got bored and I stopped playing it. But it's the worst out of all of them. Ooh.
Read all the books, the comics, watched the shows. Inquisition is my Dragon Age.
Es que es para darte de hostias, chica. Ay, que no puedo con ella. Es que no puedo. I don't like you, Kayla Elizabeth. I don't like you, and I don't know how you've gotten like a platform about Mass Effect and Dragon Age for so long. I genuinely don't understand how you got to where you are. I mean, you're going down. I'm not doing anything. and it's not a thread, it's just reality. But this is crazy.
And I know for a lot of people, it's Dragon Age Origins. I love Dragon Age Origins.
The fucking Dragon Age 2 completely, like, erasure upsets me.
Origins too. I hate the combat, but I love everything else about it. The world building, the characters, the character dynamics, those are some of the best in the series. But everything else from Origins is honestly not really with the series anymore.
I'm gonna have a fucking my blood pressure.
The combat, the exploration, some of the RPG elements, and even the designs have really left the series. It must be frustrating for Origins fans who fell in.
Cunt, wasn't this the bitch that wished harm upon people that disliked Veilguard? I'm sorry. I am not saying I am a paragon of fucking virtue, okay? I'm not saying that. I have wished, guys, all of you, kill yourselves. Honestly, grab a fucking sheet and find a beam or something. You know what I mean? I'm not a paragon of virtue. I say the most outrageous shit, okay? One thing about me, I don't apologize. And I don't backpedal. Didn't she wish harm on people that, you know, in the Origin cultists? That, you know, go play Origins. If you don't like Veilguard, go play fucking Origins. Go play that shitty game. But I'm just like, I know that for people that like Origins, you guys must be frustrated. I hate people like this. I definitely, like, this is the hypocrisy. Hypocrisy fucking boils my blood. One thing you can say about me is that I'm rude. I'm fucking, you can call me whatever, a bitch, a cunt. I literally don't give a fuck. But one thing about me is that if I said something, I said it. And if you got offended and I don't care about you, I don't give a shit. And I'm not gonna apologize to you. But I'm not gonna pretend that I'm a fucking goddess of purity and benevolence. But Kayla Elizabeth and every single bitch that was fucking shilling hard for a Veilguard, they talk shit and they don't have the fucking balls to back it up, so they backpedal like fucking crazy. Why? Because literally Veilguard has ruined their careers. What they wished upon me and Hypnotic and Smash JT and Endymion and, you know, what they wished on everyone else, like, oh, wait until Veilguard comes out and he wins Game of the Years and their fucking YouTube channels just are dead. It's what's happening to them. You know what I do sometimes when I don't feel, you know, when I feel like, my numbers, no, are they good? Are they bad? I go like this, right? And I click here. And I click here. And I just scroll. I just scroll and I'm like, what? I'm doing great. Yeah. That's pathetic. And that's the problem with you cunts. I don't give a fuck. Oh, you care about numbers? Yes, they pay for my shit. You guys pay for my shit. You do. I do. And I do want people to like my content. Because I work. It's my job. And I'm lucky enough that I get people that watch my fucking streams where I'm being a cunt 100% of the time. And then I'm switching my content to a more serious note, which is what by the way, I always wanted to do. I always wanted to, you know, delve into the lore, because if you fucking know anything about me and you need to know, I'm a whore for lore. any lore, if there's something like now it's Exodus for me. If there's a fucking piece of media that interests me and sparks my interest, I need to know every single fucking thing about it. So I always wanted to be, and now I can, because people like both fucking sides of me. No one likes you, Kayla Elizabeth. No one likes you now, so you're fucking fucked. Hey, thank you for the sub, by the way. I saw it. So, yeah.
In love with Origins as the Dragon Age that they know. Watch the series change so much and lose so much of these elements that they really loved from the beginning.
What elements? Give me something. Fucking dip your tootsies in the water. I know it's cold, Kayla. I know it's cold. Get in there. Dip your tootsies in.
Beginning of the series. And with how beloved
Thank you for
Origins
the sub.
is, it makes me ask the question, why does
What did she say?
beloved Origins is, it makes me ask the question, why does Dragon Age need to change? And why does it keep changing?
Because of cunts like you! This video could have been 3 minutes long. ¿Qué? Pero es que me cago en la puta madre que me parió. What do you mean? They live in a utopia. They live in another fucking universe. They do. What do you mean? Why has it changed? Because of you. And because Eddie. And because fucking, what's his name? Jack Dew, whatever. That's why.
Further away from where it came from. We know that Dragon Age is always chasing current trends. It's why we have the combat in Veilguard. It's why Inquisition was open world. And it's why there's been so many changes across the series. So I guess I ask myself, how do you keep creating something within this world under this title, but then make them so different than what came before? It doesn't seem sustainable.
¿Qué habla? What is she talking about?
I will say, though, that Dragon Age has a pretty loyal fan base, as far as the people who are actually invested in the world, which is really, again, the only consistent thing throughout all 4 titles. Having been pretty involved in the fan base, the things that I see most reflected on with past games are the story, the characters, and the world building. People don't play Dragon Age for the combat. They don't play Dragon Age for the RPG elements.
¿Qué? I feel it. You know that fucking meme of Lilo and Stitch? Like with the drawing? I need someone to do that. This is your badness level. I need someone to draw me like this. I feel it. I feel the evil. Like here. I here. What? Does she not have a Twitter account no more? Yes, she does. Did she fucking... Nah. I think someone went to Blue Sky. Except Blue Sky is fucking failing as a platform. Let's see how long it takes Kayla to come back. Oh my fucking god. They talk their maddest shit. And then they fucking, they throw the stone and hide the hand. Like, what the fuck are you on about? If you want to talk shit, at least have the fucking cheek. Both cheeks. No, she didn't block me. She deleted her account. She blocked me, obviously. Like everyone in that fucking circle. I think every person in the council blocked me. Imagine playing an RPG for its RPG elements. Oh!
The things that have sustained the fandom are the connections to the story and the characters. And again, like I said, those are the only consistent things that I find throughout all 4 titles.
No.
But with Veilguard, I think this is the biggest change for the entire series. And before I get into this is not me hating on Veilguard. This video is...
I hate her. I hate her. I literally hate her guts with a passion. I hate you. You know, me. I hate you. I know enough. I know enough. This is not me hating on Veilguard. Fucking take a fucking stance, dude. Stop sitting on the fucking fence. You're just doing damage control, and in doing so, you're fucking shooting yourself in the mouth again.
more of a criticism of the series as a whole. And the way that Dragon Age's identity is constantly...
No. This is literally Kayla Elizabeth finding every single thing wrong with every single Dragon Age to justify why Veilguard is the way it is. And why no one should be surprised that the game has changed. It evolves, it changes, it's always changing. So why are you surprised that the game changed yet again? Why do you care? People shouldn't be so fucking harsh on the developers and the writers. It's what it's always done. You didn't hate it when Dragon Age 2 changed or when Inquisition changed. So why do you hate that Veilguard changed?
Changing. And why, as a Dragon Age fan, it can be frustrating watching the series that you love
got timed out. I'm seeing you, all of you, so you know.
Change so much. And this is something that I really felt with Veilguard, both in good and bad ways. For me, Dragon Age has changed a lot over the series, and I'm gonna be totally honest. I think I was expecting Inquisition 2, considering everything that's...
I cannot say the things that I want to say. I don't want to. I don't want to. The things that I want to say are not allowed on the internet. That's it.
Connected, the characters, the story, the world. I was fully expecting Veilguard to just kind of be an actual sequel. And it's fascinating because Veilguard is both a direct sequel, so connected to Inquisition, while also being so completely...
Stop it! What are you saying? Who wrote this? Kayla, who wrote this? Did you write this? AI cannot write this shit. Or maybe it did. What do you do? What is this? Kayla,
disconnected in other ways. And that for me has been the hardest thing to accept. I went into Veilguard fully expecting
I expected a sequel to be a sequel, and the sequel was a sequel, but it was also not a sequel, she said. I am perplexed. People watch this, by the way. I think this is the only video. I think I watched one more, but this is the only video of her actually working on a video that I've seen, and I don't understand what is going on.
Position 2. And that is not what the game is. The story is, but almost every other...
What is she talking about?
I went into Veilguard fully expecting Inquisition 2. And that is not what the game is. The story is, but almost every other aspect of it is not.
¿Qué? Am I going crazy? Can someone confirm or deny? I do not understand. This is like when you are reading something and you have to read the same paragraph 10 times because you are reading, but your brain isn't processing. I am hearing words, but my brain, it's not processing when it's being said. I do not understand what's going on.
And that feels very jarring. Changing the art style when you have so many returning characters who are now going to inevitably look different was an odd choice, and not one that I liked. It's weird watching Dragon Age as a series change from being realism to stylism to realism to stylism again. And it's frustrating to watch the visuals be kind of watered down. I really love the way...
Are you trying to copy my homework, Kayla Elizabeth? This is like copy my homework, but actually I cannot copy her homework because she's too based, so I have to make it less based and make it more on the fence, and it ends up like not making any fucking sense. What is this? So she is not sold on the change of style, except my brain fucking, it's my brain is melting. If you see something, you know, pink start dripping, it's my brain. Okay, so she's talking about the style. I do understand that there has been a change of graphics between Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Inquisition, with all of those, Inquisition being the most bright out of all of them. I think Origins and Dragon Age 2 had the same color palette, and then Inquisition was brighter with still getting that same grittiness. And then Veilguard took the colors in Inquisition, but it didn't take the anything else that it had, and just amped the fucking, and it just became a Disney movie. So no, the style changed from Inquisition to Veilguard. The graphics have changed from Origins to 2 to Inquisition 100%. Some of them, if not all, they don't even have the fucking same engine as each other. But the look, the style, it was pretty consistent until Veilguard just said and pooped all over it. So no. So this is gonna be, we hear Kayla Elizabeth talk mad shit, and then I'm gonna try to take that shit and make it into a cohesive statement. It's what we're doing.
That the Qunari and the elves look in Dragon Age 2, and even though those weren't in Origins, there was a moment where they peaked with their designs, where they were unique.
Where?
So while it did lean into realism...
Where? Make a statement, Kayla Elizabeth.
...down. I really love the way that the Qunari and the elves look in Dragon Age 2, and even though those weren't in Origins, there was a moment where they peaked with their design.
What moment? Is it... Can you not say... I hate her. Can you not say, I like the designs on Dragon Age 2 the most? That's all you have to say.
Where they were unique. So while it did lean into realism, it also leaned into stylism. And there was a uniqueness to that. And that uniqueness has been lost. The Qunari and the elves especially have kind of changed over time. And now they really essentially look like humans with unique ears or horns.
I hate her. I genuinely hate her. What is this video? Why are you doing this? Because people have been saying that. People have been saying this. These are not your thoughts, Kayla Elizabeth. These are my thoughts. These are Hypnotic's thoughts. These are Endemion's thoughts. This is the thought of every single person that has been making videos, criticizing, valid criticism. And you guys were just going, la, 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 la. Because you're transphobic, you hate it because you're transphobic, la 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 la. That's what you were doing. Watered down, shitty, or like stylized fucking Fortnite, Overwatch looking motherfucking game. I've said that multiple times. The fucking design for the character creator overall is absolute shit. I have an entire video about that. ¿Qué?
And the elves especially have kind of changed over time.
Kinda.
And now they really essentially look like humans with unique ears or horns. And that's it. We're never going to see another elf who looks like Fenris. We're never going to see another elf who looks like Meryl. And we're never going to see another Qunari who looks like the Arashok. There are these unique identities within Dragon Age that don't really exist anymore. And that's part of the frustration about being a Dragon Age fan.
The frustration of being a Dragon Age fan is people like you, Kayla Elizabeth. Oh, who do you think Belgar was made for? You! It was made for you! You had your finger in the pie, you stupid bitch. Why is she trying to pretend that she was completely detached from this when she was in the same fucking Discord server than the developers and writers, and she was in the council, and she just had all her grabby little fucking sticky fingers in the fucking pie? And now she's like, oh no, I am removing myself from this narrative. It doesn't really help me anymore, so I'm just gonna pretend that I'm not the modern audience.
Fall in love with these things from past games and they just don't return. Even if the game wasn't going to pull designs from Dragon Age 2, which is fine, that's an older game. I was
Es que no la entiendo, yo no entiendo lo que está pasando.
expecting it to look like Dragon Age Inquisition. And while the design is somewhat similar, it's also not. And to me, that is my biggest frustration.
If fence sitting was a person, if you search the term fence sitting on the dictionary, there's a picture of Kayla Elizabeth. It's the way that she's yapping to the infinity and beyond and saying absolutely nothing of weight and like there's no consistency to it's watery diarrhea. What's going on here? You're not even talking proper shit. You're just spewing diarrhea out of your mouth. I do not understand what I'm fucking hearing. She says one statement which is worded in the most vague way possible to not actually make a statement. ¿Qué?
With the game. I also find the choice to change it weird because Inquisition is Dragon Age's most popular game. It is the title.
Me cago. Inquisition shouldn't have won fucking Game of the Year. They are literally like taking that and running away with it, and it pisses me off in ways you guys don't fucking understand, okay? Inquisition was okay. It's a good time, and I would 100%, and I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna play that game. I'm gonna 100% that game because I feel like it. Velgard would have to pay me, okay? Velgard would have to sacrifice its firstborn to the altar of me for me to play that game, okay? But I don't... Fuck you, Inquisition. You shouldn't have won Game of the Year because now they're taking that and be like, but it won Game of the Year and it sold the most copies. Ay, qué asco de gente
That sold the most. It is the title that most players have played.
¿Qué dices? Por favor.
So you would think with it being a financial and commercial success that they would have taken a lot of elements from Inquisition.
I'm getting a headache.
And would have listened to a lot of the criticism around it.
Pero hija de puta, she is... I hate her. Wow. Wow. I wish they had taken the credit. The hypocrisy is off the fucking chart. Like, it's, you cannot see it. It's going. I wish they had listened to the criticism. Kayla Elizabeth, like, I wish you had listened to my criticism that I had about this game. But did you? No, you shut it down because I was transphobic and a bigot and just an overall piece of shit and yada 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 blah, 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 because I didn't like something that you liked. Right. I hate you, Kayla Elizabeth, not because you liked Veilguard, which we all know you did. We all know you flicked your bean to Emmerich or Tash or what. We know. It's common. We know this. I hate you because you're a you're a backpedaling bitch. You're a fence-sitting bitch. And you're a hypocrite. That's why I hate you. Just in case, you tried to pull the card of like, oh, you just hate me because I have different opinions. No, I just hate you because you're a fucking cunt. That's why I hate you.
And then use that criticism towards the next game, building upon what came before. But Veilguard really made me realize how much Dragon Age does not do that. Which is to an extent what I was expecting. I've played every Dragon Age game. I know that they are all extremely different. But Inquisition and Veilguard's story and characters are so connected that I was expecting more cohesion. And I don't feel like that was there. I feel like it was changed for the sake of being changed, not because it needed to be changed. So instead of building upon Inquisition's more realistic style, Veilguard seems to walk back on it, simplifying the designs and textures.
I was still in the fucking designs, bitch!
And kind of moving away from the realism that people were beginning to expect from the franchise. It's one of the many choices in Dragon Age as a whole that feels obvious to build upon. But instead, it's usually discarded or completely changed just for the sake of change. I fell in love with the visuals of Inquisition, and those just didn't carry over. That's so frustrating as a Dragon Age fan. To fall in love with something and just never see that thing again, I really can't imagine how frustrating that must be for Origins fans.
Oh, stop. Shut the fuck up. Stop being a fucking hypocrite. Please, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're not saying anything. You're literally not saying anything. I don't understand what you're trying to achieve with this fucking video. Bro, the game has changed. Duh. What?
Unfortunately, a lot about Origins has been left behind.
Bitch! I hate this because she's just pretending that she wasn't talking mad shit during the whole fucking Veilguard debacle. That's what she was fucking, that's what she was doing. And her and her fucking ilk have been cheating on people that wanted something like Origins back from a Dragon Age game. Because at the end of the day, that's what you need to strive to be a fucking Dragon Age game. Origins, okay? Dragon Age 2 is only as good as you can tie it back to Origins and you can be like, oh my god, it has the same look, tone, color, sound as Origins. And the same thing with fucking Inquisition. And this fucking cunt and her ilk have been saying like, oh, if you want to fucking a game like Origins, just go play Origins. No one likes Origins. It's fucking outdated. And it has rape allegory. And it's dark for no reason. Bro,
Especially its art style. And I think for me, Veilguard was kind of the realization that is always going to be how Dragon Age is. And it drives me crazy. I want there to be more consistency. I want these aspects of the games that were so successful in the past to carry over. I want these...
Which ones, you stupid cunt? Who wrote this script? I'll write your scripts. Listen, I write scripts like nothing because I'm actually talented and know how to write things. Bro, What are you fucking talking about? Start making statements. There's nothing. I cannot tell you a single thing she likes or dislikes about Dragon Age because she hasn't fucking said anything. This is like, you know, when you're at school and you have to write like a dissertation or something, and you have to reach a certain level of words, and you start like going like, and then again and after, and bro.
Elements that people love to return. And with the way
Which
the series
ones?
is always changing, this feels less likely to happen more and more. I felt this exact same thing with Veilguard's music. It felt like a major shift from previous Dragon Age games. Before, I would say that Dragon Age was more instrumental. It was slower, it was more...
What are we talking about? Someone summarize the 9 minutes we've watched so far. ¿Qué? What are we talking about? So far, 10 minutes, let's say 10 minutes in, we've made zero statements about the fucking style of the game. And she hasn't really said anything positive or negative about it because she's a fucking fence sitter. And now again, we're talking about the fucking music. And the music, it's more instrumental. And in Inquisition, it was slower. ¿Qué? What are the... ¿Qué?
Emotional. But with Veilguard, I felt like a lot of it was just kind of generic action music.
Just watch one of my videos. We could be watching one of my videos. If you want to hear any actual takes about Veilguard, actual opinions, actual statements, just watch my videos on Veilguard. I've spoken about the style, I've spoken about the music, I've spoken about the story, I've spoken about the dialogue, I've spoken about the voice acting, and I actually have opinions, very strong opinions about them. She just has words to say. She doesn't have opinions. She's not allowed to have them. She just has words that, you know.
Less so in Act 3, but majority of the game, the music was just there. At times, it even felt like this could have been music that was in Mass Effect. The music just felt really disconnected from what I know of Dragon Age. And it just didn't sound or feel like Dragon Age to me. And the music wasn't bad. The music was good music. It's just not what I know as Dragon Age. And there's that same dilemma. It's not what I know because it's not what came before. It's a brand new take on the music. And again, that's because every game's music is different.
You don't fucking say! Kayla, are you taking your meds? Do we need to call a welfare check? Are you hold fucking hostage? What is going on? Literally what's going on? I am absolute fucking flabbergasted. I do not understand what the point of this is.
So how do you define something that cannot be defined? It
100% can be defined. Dragon Age is a dark fantasy, grim dark fantasy game with like its core fucking stories being about fighting a bigger threat than yourself and uniting, you know, the warring politicians and the warring mages and templars and just uniting against a fucking bigger front. It's always been about that. It's a classic. Just, you know, that's what fucking Game of Thrones did. It's always been about that. It's always been about fucking making your own way to the goal. The goal is there. It's always been there. And I will be the first to admit that the ending doesn't really change. It's not fucking Baldur's Gate 3 Origins, you know what I mean? But the way you got there was different for everybody. And you could actually roleplay and you could, flesh out your potential fraud. Don't call me. You could flesh out your fucking character. And even though at the end of the day, you had to save the fucking world because that's your fucking job. As the Great Warden, you could choose how to do it. Are you gonna be a hero? Are you gonna sacrifice yourself for the greater good? Or are you gonna be a little shit and you're gonna perform like dark fucking rituals and force your fucking like friend or like lover to sleep with a witch so you can live? There was layers like a fucking onion. And you can tell because, I fucking love it. You can tell what a Dragon Age is just by playing fucking Origins. And we've fucking been meaning to say that. Like, we want that. We've been saying that. Like, I want this. We've been telling you exactly, like, I want the grimdark to be back. I want the gore to be back. I want the moral ambiguity to be back. I want the choices to be back. So what do you mean Dragon Age cannot be defined? It 100% can be defined. It's Origins. It's right there. So what are you fucking talking about, bruh? Dragon Age Origins created and defined what a Dragon Age is. So how can you sit there and tell me that it cannot be defined?
Do you set up expectations for future iterations when you make things that don't even match what came before? That is the dilemma of Dragon Age. How do you continue building on this series when every aspect of it is different? The one main thread, the one main thing that people expect from Dragon Age is the story, the world, and the characters. Everything else...
To do what? To do what, Kayla? Finish the statement. To do what? The world, the story, to do what? I think I'm going crazy.
Is subject to change. And it does. I even asked on Twitter, what is Dragon Age to you?
Yeah, your fucking Twitter that it's probably protected, in which you have thousands upon thousands of people blocked, me included. So what are we doing here?
I asked a very
It's like
simple
if
question.
I do here, because I'm a very transparent, very honest, very good person, and I decide to give Veilguard, the benefit of the doubt. And I ask you guys, which are completely unbiased, as my audience, I ask you in a poll, do you think Veilguard is good? Yes or no? Oh, I mean, if the no is the overwhelming majority, maybe that's because it's not because my audience follows me because they agree with my opinion that Veilguard is bad, right? Yeah, she deleted the Twitter after that entire thing, I'm assuming. What?
And the answers were mostly the same. None of them talked about combat. None of them talked about the RP.
Because it's your audience, Kayla Elizabeth. Is the audience that installed mods in Origins to skip the entire gameplay because they're born without no fucking fingers. That's your audience speaking. Shh. One thing I hate about you bitches is how you try to speak for everyone else. I only speak for myself. I don't care that you as the audience agrees with me or not. That's your fucking right to do so as a human being with independent thought. I can only vocalize my opinions and my thoughts. That's it. That's it. So stop talking for everyone else. I don't care that your fucking circle jerk echo chamber is agreeing with you that, oh, the RPG aspects are not what makes Dragon Age a Dragon Age, and the combat is not what makes Dragon Age Dragon Age, and the gore is not what makes Dragon Age Dragon Age, and the dragons are not what makes Dragon Age Dragon Age. Because I don't care. And they're wrong.
RPG elements, they talked about the story and the world, because that is really the only thing
So defend that.
that you can hold on to from all 4 games. Dragon Age as a whole even goes through entire shifts in the genre, losing a lot of its CRPG elements to becoming more action RPG, deviating from what has been expected of the CRPG genre, but also deviating from established expectations from the original fan base.
What's she talking
So you
about?
have to wonder, how much more is this series going to change?
Nothing. Because he's dead. You're a funny guy. You're a funny bitch. Kill Elizabeth. Are we holding on to hope? That's a very humane thing to do. Hope is the last thing to die. He dies, though. He dies. Okay?
And will it continue to change in a way that
She's absolutely delusional. Absolutely delusional.
feels less Dragon Age and more generic action game? I think that's my main concern after playing Veilguard. It feels like Dragon Age is slowly losing a part of its identity, and I don't know where it's headed.
It's to the morgue? What are you talking about? What is she on about? Let it go. Let go of the corpse. It's starting to smell, Kayla. We need to take it away. You have to let go of it. I understand that you have been building, yourself up to this moment for 4 months, and it's exploded in your face, but you need to let go of it. It's headed to the morgue. It's dead.
Combat has never been Dragon Age's strongest aspect.
For you, because you're a fucking bitch. The fuck are you talking about? I love getting my ass kicked in fucking Origins, and it's not because it's a bad game gameplay-wise. It's because it's a good RPG. The fuck?
Nor its main selling point. And I know that every game
¿Qué habla? What, is she okay? Oh my god.
game's combat changes. And Veilguard was that final shift into the action RPG genre, moving away from the more turn-based style combat. And while I actually really love Veilguard's combat,
And they keep saying turn-based, turn-based, turn-based. ¿Qué? Dragon Age was never turn-based. What are they talking about? Dragon Age has always been more action RPG than, turn-based RPG, obviously. Now they know. You know what a turn-based RPG is? Baldur's Gate 3 is a turn-based RPG. Dragon Age has always been action RPG. Let me put it right there, by the way. ¿Qué? What's wrong with turn-based combat? Absolutely nothing. But Dragon Age is not it. It's never been it. It's as action RPG as I like a classic RPG to be. You know what I mean? Because I can still pause and think and change characters and position characters and then unpause and let it all happen. It's more akin to like how you would play a D&D in real, like if you were playing a D&D, like, oh, you do the action, it happens all at once, and then you go back to square one, you plan, and then you do it all again. ¿Qué? What is she on about? It's always been an action RPG. This is how you can tell that they're just spewing takes that it's not theirs. They're just taking other people's takes and be like, oh, what? Oh god.
I do think it's another one of those examples where you see this series chasing trends, moving away from what made the original games so beloved by the fandom. Again, I don't like Origins combat, but I know a lot of people do. And while yes, it has been 15 years since Origins, I don't think it's a secret that people want more of Origins. There has been
You're really funny because she says, oh, it's been 15 years since Origins. Get over it. Cunt, it's been 10 since Inquisition. Get over it.
demand for a remaster, a remake, whatever, for so long. Anyone involved in the Dragon Age fandom knows that there is a huge demand for it. So to see the series constantly shifting away from it is weird. Alongside that, from Origins to Dragon Age 2, having a non-voice protagonist to a voice protagonist removed a lot of the role-playing aspects that people found with having a non-voice protagonist. And I'd say I feel that the most with Rook. And I don't actually enjoy unvoiced protagonist anymore, so that's not where my criticism is. I'm glad that BioWare's new protagonists all are voiced. But I do feel like there's an element of the role-playing aspect that I expect from a BioWare game that really isn't there as...
But say what it is. How? This is impressive, actually. I have never seen anything like this. The way that she brings up, oh, this could be a concern. I don't enjoy voiceless protagonist, so I don't care that Rook is voiced, but I have some concerns. Stop, moving on. Whoop. Talk about it.
much as I would want it to be anymore. Rook feels almost like a Commander Shepard. Commander Shepard.
¿Qué? I'm gonna order food. I'm sorry. My brain is eating itself. I'm gonna order food. You guys talk about what just happened amongst each other. I think I heard her say that Rook feels like Commander Shepard. Yeah. You tell me how you feel about that. Because I don't know what's going on anymore. Yeah. Ooh, boy. Yoo-hoo. I'm gonna order a burger, by the way. Bruh. Wow. My neck hurts in ways it's never hurt before. Yeah. Crazy how that works. Crazy bitch. Literally, she's insane. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is she talking about? What do you mean? Because I think like we can all agree, Hawk, and I'm gonna do a video about Hawk versus Rook. Hawk was not Hawk. I would compare to Commander Shepard, by the way, because Hawk was actually a fleshed out, likable character that I wouldn't feel bad about comparing to Shepard. Rook is just there. Rook is just exposition shaped into vaguely the shape of a human being. Okay? So, that is crazy to me that we are having this thought, Kayla Elizabeth, that we're just voicing this. Because absolutely not. You are out of your goddamn mind. I'm gonna order food. I ordered food. I needed to. I need to, my brain is, I feel my brain pulsating, and that's never a good sign to feel your brain doing anything. Rook is just a manager. Rook is just that unlikable manager that you have at your store, and they need to be there to, you know, to manage things, but no one really likes them, and you only talk to him when you don't want to like fix the problem yourself. Shepard
is a very defined character. Commander Shepard,
which Rook isn't. There you go. I did it for you. I'm sorry. I know that was part of your script and you just didn't read it out loud. You missed that line for some reason. Yeah.
is almost fully fleshed out. Yes, there's room to roleplay. Yes, there's room to change their background. But ultimately, you are experiencing Commander Shepard's story. There's not much room for deviation. And that's how I felt with Rook. I will say I kind of did feel that with Hawk and the Inquisitor anyway.
I want to like get like a fucking, I don't know, like a something sharp and just lobotomize myself. The thing is, Mass Effect. Let's talk Mass Effect for a second there. Mass Effect never pretended to be anything but Mass Effect. Mass Effect never pretended to be this super role-playing heavy game. It was always about Shepard, and it was always about Shepard's journey. And it was always about Shepard versus the Reapers. It's always been that. It stayed true to that. Period. And even then, having such a fleshed out and, you know, square character as Commander Shepard, because at the end of the day, it's kind of what, you know, what she's saying, that Shepard is its own character. But the thing is, Shepard is a well-written character, which I know you don't know what that is. But listen to me, I know this shit. A well-written character, a character that is so charismatic and can be so intimidating, and it feels bigger than life, that you don't care that Shepard it's their own character, because you want to be Shepard. You are Shepard. You don't care that, you know, you don't mind that Shepard is, because you want to identify with Shepard. You like Shepard. You like that you are controlling Shepard. Hawk did a very similar thing, and they knocked it out of the park with Hawk. The Inquisitor kind of went back, and the Inquisitor became a little bit more like but still, it was a more, you know, a compelling character, the Inquisitor. You could at least shape the Inquisitor more to what you wanted them to be. Rook is just a doormat. Rook is sarcastic Rook all the time. It doesn't matter if you're confident or you're good or you're harsh. If Rook says something that is unprompted by the player, it's always gonna be Purple Hawk, trying Purple Rook. Always. When, you know, in, I don't know if Inquisition, but I remember in Dragon Age 2, how the unprompted sentences were said, some of them, changed dependent on the personality that you decided to give your Hawk. Same thing with Shepard, even in like, and I'm doing like a mostly renegade option in my current playthrough of Mass Effect, and the way that people react to you and react to your personality depends on what you choose and you do to the people in that world. Rook is just there. Rook is just a therapist.
Ways, but that isn't how Origins was. Origins, you had a ton of options. You could be more morally gray if you wanted to. You could be an asshole. You could make evil choices. Not full Dark Urge like Baldur's Gate 3, but
pretty fucking close, because what the fuck are you talking about? I could kill children in Origins. It let me. I could let them get possessed by demons.
A lot more complicated than they are now. And I think that's another thing that has been lost with the series. That moral complexity. And that's something that I really, really miss. BioWare as a whole seems to be kind of stepping away from that. Even Mass Effect 3 to Andromeda.
Kinda?
The morality, the complexity, it wasn't really there.
Is the fact that, you know, you can just tell that she's just talking shit out of her fucking butthole. It's just, this video was recorded through her fucking anus. It's, if, you know, if she had a face cam, it would be like, just that. Because she's talking about Veilguard and Andromeda like they are a Dragon Age game and a Mass Effect game, respectfully. Like, and they're not. They're not. They're not part of the whole. They're not. So what are you talking about?
Andromeda didn't have a renegade system, and you couldn't be an asshole. And even though those are the less chosen choices, it's...
Who are you talking about? I think one of the doors in the rooftop just boom, just closed. Yeah, what is she talking about? What do you mean? The renegade and evil choices are the least picked. She said that, didn't she?
Wasn't really there. Andromeda didn't have a renegade system, and you couldn't be an asshole. And even though those are the less chosen choices...
Shiva got really mad at that, Killa, and you need to pull like 10 barfs to apologize to my dog. Because she didn't like that. She says that the renegade options are the least picked choices.
It's still an element of role-playing that really isn't there anymore. Ultimately, though, I understand why Dragon Age doesn't do that anymore.
Why?
Dragon Age, at the core of its story, is about saving Thetis.
And I say this all the time, and I always use kings as an example. A good king cannot be a good man, and a good man cannot be a good king. There is layers. You can save Thetis and be a piece of shit because I have done that before. I have done that in Origins, and I basically sold, like, you know, children to demons and destroyed lives in the process if I wanted to, and killed innocents because I could. And at the end of the day, I got the job done. Because you can be at the end justifies the means person and still save the world. Even though if you're not like a good person and not a, you know, you're not a hero. You don't have to be a hero to get the job done. You just have to get the job done. So no.
Because Thetis is the world that you're invested in. It's the one thing from every game that you're trying to protect.
No. Oh, what a funny girl. And what a lot of fucking assumptions you're making, by the way. No, I'm not trying to protect Thetis. I'm trying to protect the people living in it. I'm trying to protect the companions that they make me care about. When I'm thinking, or where I was thinking, oh, I have to stop Solas, I wasn't thinking about everyone else that I don't know. I was thinking about Colin. And I was thinking about Meryl. And I was thinking about Fenris. And I was thinking about Alistair. And I was thinking about Ogren. That's who I want to save. So what are you talking about?
The larger world. So not being able to be an asshole makes sense. But
no, it does not. Because they have proved in other fucking titles that you can be an asshole perfectly fine. So shut up.
Will say that it does feel like that doesn't exist at all anymore. There is an element of the role-playing system that has been taken away. You can't even piss off your companions anymore to make them leave. You can't even choose to not recruit them. Which, I have hated Dragon Age companions in every single game. I hate Sebastian. I hate Oghren. I don't even
Her fucking bitch. No one asked, plus you're female. Shut the fuck up. Oh, of course. The moment she says Oghren, that's it. Your opinion is absolutely irrelevant, and no one should fucking listen to anything you say ever again. Ever again. Shut the fuck up. Don't even speak about my main Oghren ever again. Oghren has more personality in his little toe on his left foot than you do in your entire body. So
recruit Sarah or Blackwall anymore. I just find characters not interesting, so I don't bother with them. And I wouldn't even say that I hate them, I just don't find them interesting enough to engage with them.
I hate you. I fucking despise you. I hate that you breathe the same air that I do, and I hate that you're alive at the same time that I am. Just in case you didn't.
And that's not a choice anymore. You have to recruit all of Veilguard's companions because they are relevant to the story. And while I understand why they did that, again, it feels like a choice was removed. And I think this seems to be a reoccurring theme in Dragon Age as a whole. The constant chase after something.
She's just criticizing Veilguard very minimally, while not outright saying that she dislikes Veilguard. She says something that she is not 100% okay with in Veilguard. And then, immediately after, she brings back Inquisition, Dragon Age 2, Origins. So, but I dislike the same thing in the other games as well, so.
Chasing new trends, leaving things behind or adding new things, is part of what Dragon Age is expected to be at this point. While yes, the story, the characters, and the world are what define Dragon Age, the way that it changes with every new game has also become part of Dragon Age's identity.
No. No, you're wrong. And you're wrong, and you are wrong. This is given, it's not a bug, it's a feature. It's given, it's just the way Bioware games are. It's given excuses. It's given, don't bully the multi-billionaire company. That's what's given.
Identity. It is always evolving. It is always changing. It is always chasing something new. And at this point, I think I just have really conflicting feelings about it, and I would like to see Dragon Age become more solidified in its identity, to become more grounded in what I should expect from the series.
It's dead.
And maybe a lot of people won't agree with me. I think whenever Dragon Age changes, sometimes it does work. It's not always a step in the wrong direction. Just sometimes, for me, it isn't working. I don't think there's going to be a Dragon Age 5 anytime soon.
It's not. You're crazy. You are mentally, clinically insane. It has come from me, bitch.
The focus is very clearly going to be on Mass Effect, and we know that Mass Effect is going to attempt to return to its roots. But if and when we do get a Dragon Age 5, I hope that more reflection on what people love about the past game.
But you haven't said anything that people love. And you cannot agree on things that the general public loves about the game. You can only agree on things that your circle jerk bitches care or care not about. What the fuck are you talking about?
Games will be brought more into the future, and that we can expect more of what we love to return, including characters and choices. Something that's also really important to mention and remember when talking about Dragon Age as a whole, and especially Veilguard, is that this game's development went through hell. It started off...
excuses. They had different game directors, and they changed hands so many times, and the genre changed 15,000 times, and they had to work with what they had. No.
Off as an online service game. A lot of the ideas were scrapped. There were so many changes. And the developers themselves at BioWare fought for this to be a single-player game.
So why were you shilling? Killer Elizabeth? So why were you shilling?
This game has been through a lot.
So why were you sucking their dick? Because you got paid. Say it. I want to hear you. Say it.
And so have the developers. And I don't think Dragon Age Veilguard really came together until much later in its development. A lot of people say that Veilguard was in development for 10 years, but that's actually not accurate. Veilguard itself has been in development for 3.5 years. After McKay became the BioWare GM, he essentially decided to reboot the next Dragon Age a second time, pivoting it back to single player. And that was only 3.5 years ago. Ultimately, Dragon Age 4 went through such a hard development because multiplayer and online services were being pushed so hard on it, and the devs pushed back on this. But unfortunately, several years had already passed, meaning a lot of work, progress, and ideas were scrapped. And while I am glad that Veilguard is a single-player experience, I mourn what could have been if this game would have been allowed that identity from the very beginning. BioWare as a developer always has seemed at odds with EA, its publisher. It feels like BioWare hasn't been given the proper space to be able to do the things that they actually...
It had 10 fucking years to do whatever the fuck you wanted. What are you talking about? Stop. Get your dick out of your mouth. It's flaccid. They busted already. Okay? It's over. Let it fucking go.
They want to do.
You know why she's doing this? She wants that fucking Mass Effect 5 code. She wants that. She wants that.
Ew. There are too many cooks in the kitchen, as the saying goes.
Yeah, and your knife is part of that as well, so shut the fuck up.
And I think that is why the series as a whole feels kind of disjointed. We know that EA pushed Dragon Age 2 to be made in 18 months, which is why I'm sure that game feels so different.
And it's still 1,120 times better than Dragon Age The Veilguard. So explain that. Color me that. Picture me that. How does that work with what you're saying? Because you're saying, oh, they only had 3 years and they changed directions so many times. Dragon Age 2 did it in a fucking cave with scraps. So, your point? Invalid. Thank you.
It's also part of the reason why there's a million of the same maps. But it's also part of the reason why Inquisition had a multiplayer.
For my...
These are weird choices. EA seems to want to push BioWare to chase as many new things as they can, to try and garner a new fan base, to be current and hip.
I hate
not
her.
to do what they did before.
Because she's acting like she's not the problem. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go get my fucking burger. And we're gonna finish this video and we're gonna read the comments in the video. Which is gonna be, give me your best bet. I think it's gonna be people just agreeing with her like, yes, Carl Elizabeth, yes, Queen, yes, Slay. I'm tired of pretending that I don't like Veilguard. I love it. So, I'll be back. Don't kill yourselves while I'm away, okay? And don't move. Don't go anywhere. I know when you do. Stay. Sorry. The delivery man got lost. And then I had to pee. No, I did not wash my hands. Just in case you were wondering. Not only that, I peed on them. Just for extra luck. Hello. Ugh. Let's finish this. Let's hope that me eating will make me less prone to having an aneurysm while I listen to this woman. Because goddamn.
And I'm just fully saying that as someone who doesn't actually know. That's just the impression that I've gotten from a lot of the interviews and things that have been said about the behind the scenes. I will say, though, that the new BioWare GM, Gary McKay, coming in and saying that BioWare will be focusing on single-player experiences moving forward is promising. It sounds like kind of the feud between what BioWare should make and what EA wants has resulted in them finally being given the room to actually do what they want to do. Hopefully. And I think we will really see the truth of that with Mass Effect 5. If the team is really given the opportunity to make the game exactly like they want, since
That's really funny to me. Because she's not touching on any of the issues. There's not a single game that has been left to do what, her excuse here is, oh, they couldn't do what they wanted to do. Huh? So what is Stash being non-binary? What is that? What is John Epler having ADHD and writing a character that has ADHD? What is about that? What is that? Patrick Wicks being non-binary and being able to write a character that is non-binary for the sake of it. What is the gender identity lectures throughout the entire game? Is that not freedom? Is that not a BioWare being given freedom to do whatever the fuck they want? Kayla Elizabeth? So what you're saying is they didn't let them do certain things. What things? She doesn't specify, because why would she? That would imply her doing her fucking job instead of verbal diarrhea and all over us. Okay. Crazy. She is actually insane. And I've been saying this, right? Ooh. One thing that I found out when I started the whole Veilguard is shit campaign, one thing that I found really jarring was just the amount of lack of self-awareness these people have. And it's still a thing, obviously.
Mass Effect is a different franchise entirely. It doesn't change every iteration, and even when it did change with Andromeda, I don't really think it was as successful as they were expecting. So with so many veterans being on the Mass Effect 5 team...
Did I not tell you this? I said it during this video. I told you, all of this is damage control, so she gets a code for Mass Effect 5. And lo and behold.
With Gamble being in charge, and with BioWare being allowed to focus on single player,
but you don't know
I
that.
hope that Mass Effect 5 won't have the kind of issues that it seems like Veilguard did during its development, changing from one project to another. So only time.
And even if it does, Kayla, you're gonna jerk that dick off. You're just gonna jerk BioWare off. Until this cycle repeats again. And you get absolutely fucking roasted and owned online. And you have to backpedal. Or whatever this fucking thing is. Because it's not backpedaling. This is like fence sitting. But at the Olympic level. You know what I mean?
Time will tell, though, and hopefully with Mass Effect 5, BioWare has listened to some of the criticism around Veilguard.
Why criticism?
A lot of it is really stupid. A lot of...
There it is. You know what's stupid, Kayla Elizabeth? That you still think that you're fucking relevant and have a platform. What's stupid? The people that, like me, that complain that modern fucking language and ideology and politics in a fucking fantasy game that has never had that before is dumb. It's fucking pathetic and ridiculous, and just a like really lazy attempt at virtue signaling and failing miserably. And it's just embarrassing for them because everyone called it out. Is that what's dumb? It's stupid. No, this entire fucking video, it's stupid. The fact that you have spent 21 minutes saying absolutely fucking nothing because you're too much of a fucking pussy to actually have an opinion about anything. Just in case Daddy BioWare doesn't let you suck his dick anymore. That's pathetic and stupid. So shut the fuck up. Because you're irrelevant and you have shown your true colors, and that's just the tea. That's the reality of it. And no one cares about your opinion anymore. And that's that.
It is stupid shit about BioWare being woke. I'm sorry, but have you ever played a BioWare?
Have you ever played a BioWare game? Actually, Liliana and Severin from Origins were bisexual, and there's Dorian who was gay. You guys don't understand what woke fucking means. First of all, you stupid fucking brain dead bitch. Are you on disability? You should be. When I say woke, I don't mean, oh my god, there's gay people in my fucking video game. Fucking burn them with fire. That's what you think. I mean, shit like Dustborn. And shit like, you know, like Veilguard. That's woke. Something in my teeth. That's woke. Woke is just shoving gender identity and gender politics down people's throats who didn't ask for it. It's like if I'm gonna buy a fucking meal at a restaurant, and before they hand me my fucking meal at the counter, the motherfucking behind the counter has to tell me that they're non-binary and that they identify as a fucking pony. Did I ask? Is this context correct? Is this the moment to do this? Am I the person to do this to? No. That's woke. Woke is just taking over spaces that do not belong to you and changing them completely. And then being a fucking hypocrite and complaining on the internet that, oh, it was always woke. It always changed. And then fucking raging because your stupid shit, like fucking bad games overall did badly. And it's, oh, you boycotted the game. You did that. The game is good. You boycotted the game. No, the game is bad. And it's terrible. And no amount of fucking virtual signaling can hide that. So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
BioWare game. Be real right now. So that criticism is stupid. But there is...
If you can say that that criticism is stupid, I can say that every single opinion that comes out of your mouth, which are barely opinions, are fucking irrelevant. Because you're a fucking sellout. And my opinion holds as much weight as yours does, because we do the same work. No?
Is some good criticism out there, some genuine criticism, and I do hope that BioWare...
Yeah, but you don't, like, that's the thing, you don't fucking, like, dictate what's good criticism and what's bad criticism. You don't get to do that. You don't get to decide for people. You like doing that, but you don't get to talk for everyone.
Is listening. Originally, this video was about trying to find out what the identity of Dragon Age is. And I think the identity is really just the story, the characters, and the world.
What story, what characters, what world building? Tell me something, Kayla. You know what I really like about God of War? A game that I have definitely played many times before. I have played it. I like the characters and I like the story. That's what makes a God of War a God of War. The story and the characters. Yeah. And I have definitely played that game multiple times. I've played it. And I think that God of War, it's, you know, how can you define a God of War? the characters and the world building and the story, I think, you know? And that's it. That's what God of War has always been. Characters and story and world building. Like every other fucking game in existence, you fucking stupid cunt.
But I also wanted to express some of my frustration as someone who loves Dragon Age, who loves all of the games and the world and
No, you're not.
the
Shut
story
up.
and the characters, but really hates to see how much it changes from every game. There's a frustration falling in love with something and never seeing it again. And I really just wanted to see, I guess, if other people felt the same way. I got to see Dragon Age Veilguard for the first time years ago. And to be honest, I mourned what could have been. I mourned what I wanted because that wasn't the game that we got. And I do love Veilguard. I love the story.
There you go. What was this fucking video about?
Act 3 is one of the best that BioWare has done, and I stand by that opinion. The story for me was so good that it really drowned out a lot of the other criticisms that I had. But after finishing and doing my second playthrough, and especially after seeing the art book and everything that could have been, I feel a major sense of loss. I feel a mourning for the series, that there is something that I was expecting that really didn't make it into the game. Maybe it's the music, maybe it's the aesthetics, maybe it's that choices didn't really carry over. I'm not exactly sure what it was, and I can't really pinpoint it.
You can. You can pinpoint it. Everyone. I have pinpointed it multiple times in multiple videos. What drugs are you on about? Like, what are you talking about? What are you yapping about?
Maybe it's a little bit of everything. But after watching a lot of reviews from people who love Dragon Age and BioWare games, I know that I'm not the only one who felt this. But maybe I'm just like Solus and I don't
No prisoners for the Emperor!
Bitch.
accept change. Maybe I need to accept it and be able to move on. Even though I do experience a sense of mourning from game to game, letting go of each protagonist, the companions, that story, and moving on to something new. Maybe I'm the problem.
You're seeing this? You're seeing this? Explore. First of all, as we were talking, elves from all over Thedas answer a mysterious call to Arlathan Forest. Now I'm gonna have to get the art book so I can actually compare the story that should have been to what it was. We don't see the elves from...
No prisoners for the Emperor!
We don't see what happens to the elves. Solas has an entire fucking spy network of elves. We don't see that realized in Veilguard.
Games. I know that I'm not the only one who felt this, but
exploring a possible endgame scenario where Solas has summoned a titan in the middle of Minrathous. 1,000 times more fucking interesting than whatever happened in Veilguard.
maybe I'm just like Solus and I don't accept change.
Maybe I'm just like Solus and I don't accept change. No, maybe you're like Solus and you're a fucking dimwit. That's what you are.
Maybe I need to accept it and be able to move on. Even though I do experience a sense of mourning from game to game, letting go of each protagonist, the companion.
What if we return to the Fade and rescue whoever was left behind? Hawk, Alistair. How would their time in that alien landscape change them? And what insights could they offer into Solas's plan? But
that story and moving on to something new. Maybe I'm the problem.
You are. You are the problem. Thank you, Kayla. You are the problem. You are the modern audience, you stupid cunt. It is you. Why has Dragon Age changed? Because of you. Because of people like you.
But while I do love Veilguard, I do think that there was something that was missing. Something that was missing of the Dragon Age identity that I know. And while I can't exactly pinpoint it, I can feel it. And I just hope that Dragon Age stops moving further and further.
It's not moving anywhere. It's dead, Kayla. Oh my god. It's dead, bitch. It's absolutely dead. It's rotten already. Shut up.
Away from the things that people love. And this is just my opinion. If you feel differently, that is totally fine.
No, you literally have said that if I have any criticisms about the gender bullshit that they added into the game, my criticisms are invalid. So shut the fuck up. Be for real. Be a human being. Be a person, dude. You can be a person. Stop fence sitting. Stop it. You're gonna split yourself in half. Stop that.
The Dragon Age fandom has very different feelings about every game because every game is so different and people latch on to different aspects of it. I think that's part of why it's so hard to talk about Dragon Age because everybody's identity with it and connections to it are kind of different. For me, the perfect Dragon Age game would have the tone, dialogue, and world building of Origins and Inquisition, with the more morally complex choices from Origins. The perfect protagonist would have a more defined personality trait when it comes to the 3 different tones, like Hawk from Dragon Age 2. And the perfect combat would be from Veilguard. I know that one's a little bit of a spicy opinion. My perfect
You don't have a spicy opinion to save your fucking life, idiot.
Dragon Age would have the art style of Inquisition, with some of its exploration, but I do like the approach to linear narratives in Veilguard. And top all of it off with both.
I wanted to have all the options in in Origins, and I wanted to also have like established protagonist, but I also wanted it to be linear, and I wanted it to be open world, but I also wanted it to be a not open world, and I want. Open your mouth, Kayla. Shut up. Shut up.
The music from Origins and Inquisition, and that would be my perfect Dragon Age game. But tell me what your perfect Dragon Age game would look like. And
you don't want to hear that.
let me know if you're actually still listening and if anything that I said resonated with you.
No, because somehow you managed to say absolutely fucking nothing. I don't know if we're evolving backwards or something, but in 25 minutes and 15 seconds, you actually managed to give 0 fucking opinions. Insane. I've never seen anything like it before, Kayla. Impressive, to be very honest with you. Thank you for the follow. Let's see the copium in the comment section down below. Let's go through newest. Dragon Age Veilguard. It's quite accessible. Veilguard just isn't Dragon Age. It doesn't respect player choice of the past, and it doesn't even respect the player's choice of itself. It's fundamentally lacking in almost every aspect compared to what came before. Okay? I think my perfect Dragon Age game is much like you described, but I will add a controversial opinion. I want the open world back. Maybe I'm the problem. Not if they want to sell more games, you're not. There are people that would have that specific self-reflection, but in this context, you're not one of them. No, she's the problem. What the fuck are you talking about? I think when the studio says they want to focus on single-player only game, they're still in a trend chasing mentality. Yes, thank you for this opinion. I totally agree. And my perfect Dragon Age would be a great complex morality, matter of choices and story branches from Origins, art style, work, exploring, and music from Inquisition, and characters and their dialogues and stories from all of 3 games. Invalid opinion. Go pull a barf. Do that. I think that Dragon Age tactics with less production value and Dragon Age writing might satisfy players who love turn-based combat. It was never turn-based combat. It was never turn-based combat. with all the damn rage bait out there, I appreciate your honest takes as a DA fan. What takes? Tell me 2 takes that she had. Quick, Bex Rex, 2 takes that she had. BioWare's games have chased trends, and bootlegs since Dragon Age and Mass Effect were first introduced, so the changes are not real laws. The fact that the foundational team is gone is already an indication of where things are headed, and the new team doesn't listen to feedback from what we've seen so far. I feel very similarly. I was also introduced to Dragon Age Vega Inquisition. That's the end of your fucking opinion right there. I think my problem with Dragon Age Veilguard and why I'm so frustrated with it is because I expected art style to change. I expected the character and creature design to change. I expected the combat to change, but I thought the world would still be the same because that's one thing that has stayed consistent. And yet in Dragon Age Veilguard, the world was not the same anymore. They changed key factions, removed nuance and complexity. That's too many words, I'm not reading all that, but sure. I'm actually liking Veilguard more than Inquisition. Invalid opinion. I'm sorry, but I really disagree. Okay. No change means stagnation. Isn't change what keeps something sustainable by definition? I'm really pleased to see the new changes. And no, we had to go back to this voice because he's a fucking bitch. I'm just sad at how this game turned out to be. After 90 hours, I just dropped it. 90 fucking hours, brother. I went into Veilguard fully expecting Inquisition 2, and there's the issue. Were you not tipped off by the changes between previous games, hinted that this one might be a different direction? Finally, someone with an unbiased view of this game. Huh? What? God. Echo chamber. Dick sucking. It's that's the sound of the comment section, by the way. That's it. And I have lost brain cells that I'm never getting back. Dislike. And for good measure, thank you. Bitch. Cunt. It's what she is. Gyat. Unbiased, they said, with their entire chest. They say, she's unbiased. Bitch! She's as unbiased as I am unbiased. What the fuck are you talking about? I couldn't fucking, if you pulled a gun to my head and said, tell me, I'd take one take that Kayla Elizabeth had in that video. I couldn't tell you. She managed to deconstruct the English language in a sense that I could understand the individual words, but when she put them together in sentences, I could not for the life of me understand what she was fucking saying. That was painful to the extreme, and I never want to do that again. Thank you very much. Fuck you, Kayla Elizabeth. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Let's see. Bro. She thinks Origins had turn-based combat. That's, you know, because she didn't play it. She has that fucking mod. Thank you for the follow. She has that fucking mod that just skips the entire. God. It kills me. That was extremely painful. What is this? Oh God. Fuck this. Fuck this. She said nothing of merit, nothing that other people have over. Yeah, she literally stole takes from other people, but water them down. So it wouldn't be like too opinionated. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch. Jesus Christ. My brain hurts. Like, wow. I've never seen anything like it, to be very honest with you. I don't know what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting her to like fully backpedal because this is Kayla Elizabeth they were talking about. But bro, was that terrible. And that was all a premise just so she could get like, you know, in the good graces of Daddy BioWare for Mass Effect 5. Can't, like, your opinion fucking matters, dude. And that's what these people don't understand, and it really breaks my brain. Because, again, I try to be as fucking transparent about my life in the way that I am as I possibly can without fucking doxing my fucking address, okay? And what these people don't understand is just like, this, you guys make us, and that's just the tea, bestie. I would not be anything without people that watch me, both live streams and my videos. So you have to be loyal to your audience as much as you want them to be loyal to you. And again, I said at the beginning, like, bro, I'm a hardcore fan of anything Dragon Age. And I have overlooked glaring issues with the following games after Origins so I could enjoy the games for what they were, okay? So I was one of those bitches that was like, you know what? If I don't hear it, it's not happening. If I don't see it, did it really occur? Okay. But it gets to a point where you cannot dig your fucking head in the ground like a fucking ostrich anymore. Because it is what it is. If it's shit, it's shit. And it doesn't matter how much you want to like fucking convince yourself that it's delectable piece of, you know, of meal, of steak, is not, it's shit. And I cannot sell you shit. I can't. If I won't eat it, I won't sell it to you. And that's just how it is. But this bitch really said, okay, it's Bioware shit though. And just nom 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 nom. Fucking poop all over her face. And just like, this is really good. You guys should have it as well. And if you don't like it, you're a fucking cunt. And I wish you the worst. It's okay. I was a fan. I was. But at some point, you have to stand your fucking ground because, and I've said it multiple times before, in this industry, what gets you money is not getting viral. It's being able to hold on that wave and keeping people engaged. And you do that by having a personality. Just repeating what thousands of people say doesn't make you a good content creator. Because why would they watch you when they can just watch dozens of others that just spew the same shit that you do? And everyone can tell that you're fan-sitting. Everyone can tell that. Everyone. So stop. Stop it and stop trying to be in this sort of moral high ground, like you're like, you know, we're lesser than you and you're so much better than everyone else because you're a good person. You're inherently like a benevolent being of light. No, you're as fucking rotten as the rest of us. But unlike you, I'm open about just how rotten I am. And people like it because it's relatable, because humans inherently are rotten. Thank you for the sub. And that's what it is. It is what it is. And it's, you know, yeah, you can have an opinion and you can like something more or less. Okay? But at the end of the day, there's things that are not opinions, they are facts. Like, the video game industry is corrupt. Fact. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. It's a thing that it's there, and it doesn't matter how much you look at it or what angle, it's always gonna stay the same way, okay? And that's a fact. That's the bottom line. And if you're trying to push against that, people are gonna be like, what are you talking about? It's not about chasing a trend. It's not about grifting. It's about having common sense. People like it when you have common sense, especially in an industry that is just known for sucking dick really bad. So yeah. Do you guys want to watch Eddie? Let's go watch Eddie. Let's see a little bit of Eddie's, you know? What's Eddie up to? Let's see, 4 hours ago. Did part 20. I'm not gonna watch all of that, obviously. But part 20 of Eddie's playthrough. Let's see. I am reading chat. Hello. I cannot read everyone, and if you get lost, you know, down here, you're gone forever. Let's see.
Welcome.
If you don't know Eddie, Eddie is my best friend in the entire world. Eddie loves me. I love Eddie. There's literally no beef between us at all.
To another Veil Guard video. Thankfully, my game did catch us as we came into the crossroads. So let's get back to what we were doing. I'm going to try and find this door where the champions thing
And you
goes.
know what I can think about Eddie? That I don't really have to say anything. Eddie speaks for himself. So I'm just gonna let it play a little bit, and you guys are gonna draw your own conclusions.
And I was going to do the champion in Docktown today, but I don't know if I've got the spoons. Let's just hop in. The Deepak Irons.
Onward, dweller.
I think it's just my PC overheating, I'm not gonna lie.
Spellation Shield mentioned the killer Elizabeth ran him out of Exodus Discord or something. Apparently she's trying to make that Discord space free of grifters. Might want to check that. Where did they say that?
I think
On X?
once I've reached like a certain number of hours playing the game, my PC is like, and I'm out! Which I honestly relate to, so I'm not even that mad. But yeah, yesterday I was just like, tired. I'm tired today, but I'm looking forward to getting back into a little bit of Veiled. Hello? 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 Wait, what? Hello? I can't change target? Right, let's just do it. I'm ready. This one please, guys. That's fair.
I'm bored already and we're a minute in. Nice. Let me see if I can fight it. A skill and shields, right? I haven't seen anything. They see this on like on X. What was it? Shields and skills? What was it? Velgard is boring. I'm trying to see if I can find that. It's a she. What are you talking about? Honestly, where I can find this? Spells and shields. I don't know why I was saying skills and shields. Spells. Is it on X that they said this? Do they even have a fucking... Me cago en la puta madre que os parió, ¿eh? I was fucking asking, no one told me anything. Who is the spell in shields? And where the fuck did they say anything of this? Do they have anything? Do they have a social media? Because I cannot find anything. Okay. A YouTube. And did it say, is it like a video? Where they said this or what? Where are we? What are we doing? Who are we? I don't know, Nathan. I am trying to fucking understand it as well. I don't know. In the comments, trying to find it. Because I don't think they said anything on social media. So I don't know if it's a... I mean, there's like that Archimedes engine video. I'm trying to find it. So I just have to trust your word, is what you're saying, okay? And he had lore videos on Dragon Age. I think so. I don't fucking know. If you guys find it, take a fucking screenshot or whatever and give it to me on Discord because I cannot find shit. I don't know what we're talking about either as well. My brain, it's mushy. Isn't that great? My brain is like fucking... Yeah, skills and shields. I don't even fucking know what I was saying. Yeah. How are you guys doing? How are you guys faring? You guys good? Oh, I mean... On one side, I am happy that the shields and the industry as a whole, it's just crashing down into flames. But bro, is it painful? Can they do it faster? Because I think I'm gonna die of cringe at this rate. I am winning, but the psychic damage that they're dealing to me might kill me before I reap my just rewards. You know what I mean? Bro. It's just like, I understand that I am right. Can you guys prove me right faster? Can you get me there faster, please? Because I don't think I can survive this. Like, the amount of copium and the amount of cringe that I've consumed in the past like 2 weeks, it's enough to kill a grown man. I don't know how I'm alive. Dynasty Warriors Demo 22. Vámonos. Dynasty Warriors. I love Dynasty Warriors. Unironically, fucking enjoy Dynasty Warriors. Bruh. I'm outside having a cigarette. I should start smoking and drinking and doing drugs most likely. I don't know. It puts me in that mood, man. Like doing hard drugs. I don't want to do this anymore. What's so good about Veilguard? Absolutely fucking nothing. The paycheck, I'm assuming. And the attention that they got from it, like, that's pretty much it. And again, it's what I said. They were like hee-hee-ha-haing about the fact that, oh my god, Veilguard is gonna be Game of the Year, and when it does, it come out and it fucking shuts your whore mouths, you guys are not gonna have a channel anymore. Your channels are gonna be dead. And then, you know, fast forward 4 months later, we were right, their channels are dead. So they're trying to, it's just fucking damage control at this point. So, you know, it's just crazy. And again, they have said, now they're trying to find the whistleblowers for the whole Veilguard debacle. Good luck with that. You have more serious issues to deal with, BioWare. And in doing so, they confirmed that they have sold 1 million copies. We don't know the refund numbers, and we don't know if that's like on PC and console, but even then, it's not nearly enough at all. And I did a tweet about that. It's not even close to what shipped, just 1 million shipped. Yeah, I want to know the numbers. Not that it would change anything, because it doesn't matter if they sold a lot, if no one is fucking playing it. How many players has it right now? Let's see. Most played games. Baldur's Gate is 11. So there you go. We're going down. Down. Where is it? 43 with a whooping 26,000 And the all-time peak being 89,000 still. And the highest it has been all day, it's been 39,000. And it's sitting under Phasmophobia and Rocket League and VR Chat and Left 4 Dead 2 and Helldivers 2 and Destiny and Valheim and Shrouded, The Sims 4, Once Human, and Overwatch 2. So it doesn't matter that if they sold, 2 billion copies. It doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, how many were those not even paid? You just gave them away to people in hope to promote your shit. And how many of them were refunded? 26,000 people playing this. People like fucking Kelly Elizabeth, they exist. I know it feels surreal that people like this exist, but they most definitely do. They are used to eating shit and they eat it proudly, which is insane because, again, I am a fan of Dragon Age and they cannot use the excuse of oh, I'm a fan, so I will just consume. No, because I am a fan, I get not double, triple mad about the fact that they just butchered the game to the point that the corpse doesn't even resemble Dragon Age anymore. And I have the common sense of being able to acknowledge that. It's not a matter of whether it's right or wrong. It's a matter of it's a fact. The game is ass. And if you don't believe people like my opinion, and you have to trust the numbers. Numbers are numbers. Math is math. It doesn't matter how you turn it. Numbers are numbers. So, you know what I mean? I am a fan with standards, 100%. No, I know him. I know that it's him. But we're trying to find a statement where someone might have said that Kayla Elizabeth got him, got a spell and shield, kicked out of the Exodus Discord because she's trying to make the Discord into something pure and grifter free. Okay? By the way, don't join fucking Discord. Whatever. You want to talk about Exodus? Go to my Discord. You can talk about Exodus there if you want, about whatever the fuck you want. Bro. Yeah. I want to show you guys that video. There's this content creator and he's trans. And he critiques Velgard. So I started watching it the other day. And I stopped because I thought it was going to be an interesting thing to watch with you guys.
Without further ado, let's get into it. Game spoilers will obviously be discussed. My critique begins at the very beginning of the game, where in the character creator you have the option to choose whether your character has top surgery scars or not. First of all, why would transgender characters in Thedas be able to have top surgery when the technology and medicine in this world are not nearly advanced enough for such medical procedures?
Hello! I was watching TV the other day and I stopped because I was wondering what she was. Give Matineer hello! A follow! I want to subscribe actually. There you go. Just so you guys say that I never do anything nice to people.
Such surgeries did exist, the scars would certainly not look
If you guys don't listen to me, listen to him.
Why would a real-life trans person want for their character to have surgery scars in a fantasy world where magic exists?
Which is what I said. It's if you're a trans woman, just play as a woman. If you're a trans man, just play as a man. And I said multiple times, ask a fucking trans person if you could get rid of your top surgery scars, or would you, if there was a fucking genie in the room with you and one of the wishes was, hey, do you want to not have scars anymore? Wouldn't 9 out of 10 people say, you know what, I don't want scars? Actually, yeah, get rid of them. So why would you? Big fan of your critique of Velgard. It's all I do, baby. It's crazy.
something like flesh-shaping blood magic is a possibility.
Exactly.
Thirdly,
Yes. Yes, it's B tier. Matineer. I cannot say Matineer because of my fucking accent, so I'm gonna call you B. Yes, B. I've said that before as well. It would have been such a better way to tackle this entire thing by actually staying true to form and making Tevinter a fucking blood magic, fest. And if you want to like do flesh shaping, just make it in Tevinter. It would make sense because they wouldn't be, beneath fucking experimenting to change people's shapes. And fun fact, in Velgard, it is literally canon now that when Lucanus was dead and they sent his body back to the grandmother, they changed the corpse's face and body to look like Lucanus. So,
why would
bro,
a real-life transmasculine person want to have top surgery scars at all? I'm a trans guy, and I personally haven't had top surgery because my chest is appropriate enough in my opinion that I don't feel the need for it. But
that's also
if I had
then.
chosen to have top surgery, it would only be because my appearance didn't match how I felt inside, and it made me feel dysphoric. I would likely still feel some dysphoria whenever I saw the surgery scars because they would remind me of the fact that I was not born in the
that
type
you
of
had to
body I
go
felt
up
like,
through a
and I had
surgery.
to change it in order to get to a point where it felt appropriate.
Duh.
So no, if I lived in a fantasy world like Thedas, I would not want to
Yeah,
undergo surgery.
I'm gonna actually. We love base stakes in this Christian server of mine, which is not actually Christian. It is a server sometimes. I'm gonna drop the channel so you guys can go. I'm telling you to do this, so you do it. You. Ew, I hear my voice. Ew. There you go. YouTube. And we're gonna go over here. We're gonna go to Twitch. And there you go. Twitch. I could have done it in one because the bot does it on both, I think. I don't fucking care. Yes, that's me. I don't like seeing my face. Thank you.
Would leave me with extremely obvious scars that would imply to others what my body used to look like before. Still, let's say that somehow in northern Thedas like Antiva, Tevinter, Nibara, or Ravane, medicine is advanced enough for
But it
top surgery
isn't.
to exist. And
It
let's say
isn't.
that your character
They literally in Inquisition, when they introduce Krem, I know that's not your point, but I need to get it out. When they introduce Krem in an interview, they specify that it was really interesting having to maneuver how to write a trans character in a world with no access to gender reaffirming surgery.
is maybe scared of magic and prefers to transition through medical means instead. Even in this case, I don't understand why the top surgery scars are a completely separate option in the character creator
Based.
instead of just being included in the scars section.
Yes!
You could have absolutely made it possible for people to choose multiple scars to have active on their character,
Yes!
and have both the cool battle scars or whatever you
Exactly!
happened as part of your character's backstory, as well as top surgery scars if that's what
Coffee
you
and paella? And paella, you know how fucking I dreamt about it. The fucking paella incident? Bruh.
want your character
Best
to
looking
look
character
like.
we've
It
seen.
would be far more inclusive. Making the top surgery scars separate seems like it was done specifically to bring a lot of attention onto them.
It took
And I
me
really have
3
to
hours
say,
to
that's
make
the
my
worst way
character
to go
look
about
good.
things if your ultimate goal is to have more people feel like they are represented in media, as well as to bring awareness to trans identities so that people are more understanding and accepting of them. By putting this option front and center, you are just giving more ammunition to the types of people who say that queer and trans people shouldn't be involved in the creation of media because they'll make it all about them and force it down everyone's throats. I'm sorry to say that if you do just that, you are not going to get a positive response from most people.
What is this? What is this music? What is this? What? Am I hearing common sense? Are my headsets working? Excuse me? What is this?
even from trans people like me who do like to see themselves represented in more media.
Indeed, you can be represented. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the way they fucking do it. And I do this metaphor every time. You're in a room. People are in the room. They've always been in the room. They're doing their thing in the room. And instead of like, easing your way in there, in the crowd of like, oh yeah, I like this thing too that you guys are doing in this room. You just burst the fucking door open and tell everyone else to get out. It's your room now. And if you say anything about it, you're a bitch. You're a bigot and you deserve to die because you're a bad person, you fucking Nazi and fascist. Okay? You can have a space. You can have space in the room if you like the things that are in the room and you think like the people that are in the room, like you share opinions and you share like likes and dislikes and hobbies, you can be in the room. And even if those people do not really understand or they're like ignorant about gender identity and ideology and in politics or whatever, if you're respectful about their hobbies and their likes, they will be more willing to hear you out. And even if people don't understand, because listen to me, not everyone is gonna like you, and sure as hell not everyone is gonna respect you. And that's just the fucking way of life. That's gonna happen until the day another meteorite falls and fucking squishes us like it did with the fucking dinosaurs. It's just the way it fucking works. It is life. But you are most likely to face less resistance and even be able to change people's perceptions of an overall really just a stigmatized community because of reasons, because of people like Corinne Bush and John Epler and just every single shell like Eddie and Kayla Elizabeth that have been spewing mad shit and just making everyone look bad. You're gonna have a better chance of just like, joining a community that you enjoy like the same interests as and having a better reception than just like barging your way in there and expecting to be respected. Fuck that.
Who do like to have the option for their character to be trans in a video game, but not like this. Not in a way that gets more negative attention pointed at us and gets people to be less likely to understand and accept us. Let's move on to the choices you have when you interact with Varric's shaving mirror that he gifted to Rook. Here are all the choices you get to pick about your gender identity if you decide that you want your character to be a trans man. Keep in mind that these are paraphrasing what your character will say. I'm getting there, I love who I am, feels good to see the real me. Here's the thing. These options, as they are presented, would have been perfectly fine if what Rook said was genuinely just a slight development on these short sentences. However, if you pick any of these things, your character ends up saying something extremely cringy and often completely different from what you expected them to say. If you choose I love who I am, Rook says, there he is, the man I knew I was. I did the work, I stuck with it, and now I get to see him every time I look at the mirror. Ugh. Who in their right...
Yes! Ugh. That's how I feel. And the fact that there's more options to gender identity and fucking tattoos than there is about the role-playing aspect is the worst offender here. And it's literally that it's like, they're trying to speak for everybody, which is what I think. I mean, I can only speak about myself. I don't speak for every white bitch and every woman out there and every Spanish person out there. I speak for myself. And I feel like people like this like to speak for everyone else that they share, any traits with. And it's literally like, what do you identify as establishing your gender identity? You know what I mean? Shouldn't that be an entire different fucking journey altogether? Can you not look exactly like me and look in the mirror and be like, oh, that's a man. I feel like a man. I am a man. You know what I mean? Or not be happy with it. Isn't that entire journey completely different for each people? But they're trying to like make it into this like cutesy Disney like, yeah, there he is. The man I've been all along. Yeah, and I'm tired of pretending otherwise. It's like, bro. They're pretending that they're giving us choices on how our character feels about being trans, but none of those choices were in any way relatable to me. Exactly. So you are being discriminated by any intents and purposes. because they're trying to be inclusive, but I said it all the time. I said it so many times. You cannot be inclusive because you cannot include everyone's experiences. You can't. You can only include the experiences of someone like Corinne Bush. And her experience is not everyone's experience. And fucking John Epler's experience with ADHD is not the same as everyone else's. And fucking Patrick Wick's experience with being non-binary is not the same as everyone else's. And what they do is make this into caricatures and making them unlikable and downright hateful. Just like you hate this character. And now you hate everything that character stands for. And that bleeds into reality. And that bleeds into everyone else. And it's just stupid, because how are you shooting yourself in the foot? That you're trying to make it palatable, and you're trying to normalize it. It's normalized. People exist like this. The whole thing about normalizing something is not putting a fucking spotlight on that person and be like, he's trans. He's trans and proud he's trans. Look at him. He's trans. No, bro. They just exist in society and mind their own fucking business. Most of them, thank God. Then there's the fucking Twitter mob, and they're just like fucking sucking each other's clits.
Right mind would say something like that to themselves, no less. It's the most cringy thing I've ever heard in my life, and it genuinely pained me to have to read these words out loud. What do you mean, I did the work? I stuck with it. What work? You don't work on transitioning, or at least it shouldn't feel like work. You just need hormone treatment and possibly some other assistance, such as
if you want to, even if you want to, you can do the. It's just stupid.
Or perhaps
you're just a dude. Literally, people who see me on the street don't even know exactly, because they don't have to know. It's not your entire fucking personality, or at least, thankfully, we can tell it's not. It shouldn't be. You are more than the sum of your parts. You're a person, and if you fucking act like a human being, people will like you, and some people won't. Just like some people like me and some people don't like me, and that's just how everyone fucking works.
Voice therapy in order to transition to a point where you feel comfortable. The transition process is different for every
Ru can be non-binary, yes.
person, as each person has a different goal for how they want to look and sound and act like, so that they can feel comfortable in their own skin, and so that they can be perceived in the way that they want to be perceived.
We're
in
looking for
society.
Shiva motherfuckers.
But if
She was
there's
not
one
even
thing
here.
that's certain,
I bought
transition-
her, well, I didn't buy her. Sonny bought her, a bed. It arrived today. She loves that thing. I love that thing. It's so soft for no fucking reason. I'm gonna sleep in that bed. Yeah,
It
you're a
shouldn't feel
person,
like
exactly.
work. It is an extremely liberating and joyful thing as you begin to feel more like your exterior matches your interior. You don't stick with it. You simply do it because that's the only thing that feels right to do. I'm sorry to say that if you feel like transitioning is work, or that you have to stick with it, maybe you aren't as certain of your identity as you'd like to think you are. Maybe you need some therapy
Yes! Beep!
first to get over the
You are doing God's work. You are doing what these motherfuckers thought they were doing, okay? Keep up the fucking good work. Honestly, good job.
trauma you very clearly have. The weirdest thing is that once again, the short version of this option, I love who I am, is a perfectly normal thing to say and feel. It's very nice to be able to love who you are after you had to struggle with the way you felt in your own body, and with how other people perceived and treated you. But the long version of this option? Horrible. And before I move on to the other options, let me also just mention another thing that
Fucking
people part of
sliders.
Veilguard's development clearly have no idea about. Just because you're trans, it does not mean that you have to go through a transition process. You don't have to undergo hormone therapy.
Exactly.
You don't have to get any surgeries done. You don't have to act more masculine or act more feminine or look androgynous to be a real trans or non-binary person. You can be yourself, however that feels comfortable for
Which
you.
is, thank you, that fucking sentence. Just be yourself. I feel like, labels have harmed the entire queer community so much. And I said it all the time. It was always about being whoever you wanted to be and stopping people from putting labels on you. Just live your life however you want. You do whatever you want with your body. You sleep with whoever you want. And fuck people's opinions about your life. It was always about that. Or at least while I was growing up. And now it's all about who has the most labels attached to them. And it's sickening. Just be whoever the fuck you want to be. And fuck everyone else. That's how I live my life. That's how most of you, if not all, I hope all of you live like your life like that. Fuck everyone else. Fuck what I think. Fuck what, the person above of you thinks. It doesn't fucking matter. But God, stop trying to seek validation from every single fucking person.
There are men who like to wear more so-called feminine clothing, and women who, for example, don't like to wear skirts or dresses for reasons that have nothing to do with gender identity. You can find pants too restrictive and thus prefer to wear skirts. You can find skirts uncomfortable, maybe your legs rub against each other, or maybe you just don't like how you look like in skirts or dresses or pants or button-ups or jackets or whatever other article of clothing. How you dress
Everyone gets fucking clowned and everyone has like fucking... Who cares? The only opinion that should matter to you is your own opinion about yourself. Because at the end of the day, and say it all this time, we die alone, okay? You have to be happy with what you see in the fucking mirror. Whether you're straight, trans, bisexual, non-binary, I don't give a fucking whatever. I don't give a shit about your lives. I don't. And you shouldn't care about mine. You shouldn't. You should care about yourself. But it's what people don't understand is like when you're trying to take over my shit and my hobbies and be like, mine now. This is mine. Are we having a normal conversation? We have normal conversations here all the fucking time. And people really think like, oh, she is transphobic and she's a bigot and she's racist. Bro, I wouldn't care if you guys were fucking cockroaches. I don't give a fuck about what you... I literally don't. I don't care about your opinions personally about, the queer community or about trans people, whether you agree with it or you don't. I don't care. And people will exist regardless of your opinion of them, which is what I think everyone should understand. Like, go over here. I'm here. I was here at some point, and then I grew older and tired, and I'm here. I'm right here. Sweet, sweet center. Sweet, yummy center. I'm here, and I'm like, okay, what do I care about? Myself, my parents, my dog, my boyfriend, his family. That's it. What do I care? That I'm happy, that my dog is happy, that my parents are happy, and that my boyfriend and his family is happy. That's it. I don't have time to be caring about what the fucking neighbor is doing. I don't care. I don't have time to fucking judge people that walk down the street from me because I don't care about them. Ugh. If people just mind their own fucking business, and again, there's a lot of like pushback because people in the community are like, I belong here now, get out of the way. And they literally expect them to not fucking, if you're coming to me with an attitude, I'm gonna destroy you because fuck you. So, and then you fucking cry about it. You come in with an attitude and then you get clowned and you cry about it. That's to be expected. It's an action and a reaction, right? So whatever. Yeah, they won't stop. That is the problem. And when we say they, we don't mean people like B. And I've said it multiple times. I don't care about people that live their lives. I care about people that their entire identity, personality is their identity and sexuality, and they want to make that everyone else's problems. I don't have time for your problems. If you want to talk about your issues, you go to a therapist and, get prescribed some pills like the rest of us. Thank you.
Real bearing on how you feel inside. How you dress is an aesthetic choice you make that has more to do with your aesthetic style than gender. And yes, sure, clothing choices and gender identity are often correlated in our society, but it's extremely offensive.
Yeah, don't make your problems. Yeah, exactly. I don't have time for your fucking problems. I barely have time for my own.
So that must mean they want to be a man, or this person wants to wear dresses, so that must mean they want to be a woman.
I care about the game, and I care about the characters, and I care about, and there were so many ways they could have done, like, obviously the whole gender identity is bullshit because if you do it right and you make the player character in an RPG fully customizable and being able to roleplay as much as you want, you can completely canonize in your head that my character is trans, my character is this, my character is that, whatever. The problem is Rook was so poorly written that they had to shoehorn it in there. Like, oh no, but I'm trans by the way. You know that. You don't have to establish that. You don't have to vocalize that. I am a woman. I don't have to say that. I don't have to say, hello, I'm Ara, I'm a woman. I know this information. I know this. And if people think that I'm a trans woman or they think that I'm, that I'm a boy or whatever, doesn't change the fact that I am a woman. And I am secure on the fact that I am a woman. And I know that I'm a woman. So whatever other people think or say doesn't change that. And I don't have to justify myself to be who I am. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. It's just dumb. God.
Tosh and their
It's
non-binary
everything.
identity. If you choose I'm getting there when you look in the mirror, I was personally expecting my character to talk about how they're still going through the transition process and haven't yet reached a point where they're 100% comfortable with their body and appearance, but that it's been getting better. Instead, Rook says, I don't know, Varric. Catching my reflection still hits hard some days, but knowing who I am is worth it. And every day when I look in that mirror, I'm closer to seeing the man I want to be staring back. Now look, this option is slightly better than the first one, but it's still extremely dramatic and cringy. And even worse than
Also,
that,
it doesn't really even let you truly roleplay, because what if you're not happy with who you are at this moment in time? What if you want to roleplay as a character that is not happy with the transition progress or the way they look at this moment in time? What does it have to be overly, like, at the end of the day, it's positive. It's like, oh, I don't like me yet, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Why can I not, like, actually be like, you know what? I'm not happy. Maybe I will be someday, but right now, I'm not happy. What? Fuck that.
It implies that knowing who you are is some magical part of being trans that makes everything better. Like, no, I have known who I am since I was 4 years old.
There you
Knowing
go.
who I was from such an early age only made me feel worse about life because I had to endure people misgendering me and treating me like a girl for far too many years until I became an adult and was finally able to make my own choices and transition. Knowing who you are.
God, the amount of sense this man is spewing. God.
Or is a basic part of being human. If you don't know who you are, then I think you have some mental issues. Everyone knows who they are, or else if they don't, it simply means they're still a child and haven't had enough experiences to discover their various perspectives and preferences that make up their personality and identity. I understand that some trans people realize that they are trans later in life than I did, but I still think it's harmful to say knowing who I am is worth it, because at first, knowing who you are only brings you misery and dysphoria, because who you are inside doesn't match the outside. I have no idea who wrote this crap, but they clearly do not understand what it's like to be trans, or else have some serious trauma and honestly internalized transphobia to write a trans character in this way. I'm closer to seeing the man I want to be. I am a man.
Exactly!
I don't want to.
Be you fucking beast. Yes. God, bro.
Be one. Like, sure, a little kid wouldn't have the words to express themselves properly and would say things like, I think I was born in the wrong body, I should have been born a boy, or I want to be a boy. I said those things when I was 4 because I didn't have any better words in my vocabulary, and I didn't even know that other trans people existed. Rook, however, is implied to be a full-ass adult who should know much better than to perpetuate these kinds of phrases, which suggest that trans people are only playing at being the other gender. This is a harmful way to represent trans people because it allows those who are anti-trans to use these things against us by saying, well, it's just dress up. They only want to be like this other gender but aren't really.
And the whole, it's an option. You choose the buttons you play. It's an option. It's a toggle on and off. And that says more about you than it says about anyone else. Like, so you can toggle it on and off or whatever.
Ugh. Anyway, on to the third option. Feels good to see the real me. I chose this option during my Veilguard stream, and it made me have such a visceral reaction because that's not what I wanted my character to say. I thought my Rook would say that their transition took a long time, but that they're now really happy with where they are and it feels so good to see themselves in the mirror. I chose this option because I thought it would describe my experience as someone who had to wait quite a long time to be able to transition, and then it also took a few years until I got to a point where I truly felt comfortable in my body. But no.
Yes, it does, because it just makes them into caricatures. This game is like, okay, if you ask anyone, like you picked a random guy on the fucking street and said, okay, you have to write like a couple lines of dialogue about trans people in a positive light. Go. And it's the most generic shit ever. God, it's just dumb.
Actually says is, it took a while for me to figure out why the face staring back from the mirror felt wrong. But once I was able to be honest with myself, it was a relief to figure out I was trans. And it's worth it to look in the mirror today and see the man I am staring back. Ugh, blech. Oh god, I'm so sorry. This is just so bad. Here's the thing, I can't speak for the experiences of trans people who realize that they're trans later in life, so perhaps for them it really was a relief to figure out that they're trans after they felt uncomfortable in their bodies for a long time but couldn't figure out why. The reason this choice bothers me isn't because of that. It bothers me because the paraphrased option that you choose does not imply whatsoever that you are about to say that your character realized they were trans later in life. I did not want to choose this option for my character. If I want to create a trans character in a video game, if I have such an option to comment on how they feel about their trans identity,
More I had LGBT harassed in my country, and every news season, the more people saw idiots on the street in the West, the more they cited us here. That's the fucking issue. That's the problem. It's like, you need to stop speaking for everyone. Stop speaking for everyone else. If you're trans, if you're gay, if you're straight, stop speaking for everyone else. I don't want women to say, oh, we hate men. You hate men. Don't speak for me. Don't speak for me. Like, stop. It's just ridiculous because, you know, oh, I want a man that, you know, is just going to pay for everything and they're going to... You want that. You. Don't say all women want this. All... No, thank you. Bro, is a video by Tier Mutineer and it's Velagar's trans representation critiqued by a trans guy. It's just, I hate it. I hate people just speaking for everyone else. Like they are the fucking voice of reason. Like they were elected by popular fucking vote or something. And again, I think we can all agree when we're talking about the woke left and we're talking about the far right, it's just the fucking retards that fucking float. Like their heads are so empty, they float to the surface and they start yelling, ah, give me attention, ah, they're like, shut up, bro.
Experience to be included too. I don't want my character to not have known they were trans for a long time. I knew since I was a little kid. Let my character have that option too. If you're including the option to say Rook realized their gender identity later in life, then you have to have an option for people who basically always knew as well. It's not fair to only represent one particular person's trans experience and pass it off as the only experience your character can have. I don't want my character to say it took them a long time to figure out they were trans. I don't want my character to say that transitioning was work that they had to stick with. And I don't want my character to say the man they want to be is closer to staring back in the mirror. And at the very least, if these are the only options you are going to include, then paraphrase them more accurately so that I can understand what they actually say. Because then I would simply decide that I don't want my character to be trans if this is the way you represent trans people in your game. So no, I don't think the representation of trans people is done well in the choices Rook is given to discuss their trans identity. These choices highlight only a small subset of trans people, and if your experience as a trans person doesn't match this
and I said that. I've said it, it's been happening multiple times. They're just using the fucking queer community to sell their shit. And because the activists on Twitter fucking clap their fucking labia when they get like a smidget of attention, they're like, oh my god, yeah, me, pick me, I will promote your game, pick me, please, pick me. Bro, and you're just harming everyone else. It's what happened with Eddie. Eddie's non-binary. Well, is he a trans man? I don't fucking know. He's a trans man. Eddie's a trans man. He is the worst. Like, people like B should have been given an option to like play the game early and, you know, actually talk about issues like this. But no, they picked fucking Eddie. They picked Unifade Walker. Why? Because Uni is a fucking shell. Eddie loves to yap and loves to be like, oh my god, it's so good, it's so great, best game ever, oh my god, I can be trans in this game, oh man, bitch.
Particular personal fantasy of the creators, then tough luck. Your identity doesn't matter to them. These choices also perpetuate
I know, B, but you're doing a really good job. And I have been very active about the fact that, you know, I don't care what people do with their lives. And when I speak about the, you know, queer community that it's like being woke and bitchy, I always talk about the fucking weirdos on Twitter and shit. I'm never talking about people like you that mind their own fucking business and they're just trying to live their lives.
Ideas such as trans people only wanting to dress up as the other gender, and are on the whole written in an overdramatic way that has the opposite effect. Instead of making you feel more connected to the experience of a trans character, you are put off by the dramatics and see it as cringy instead. And finally, let us move on to the main attraction of this horror show, which I'm sure people have been the most horrified by. The character of Tosh and the portrayal of their realization that they are non-binary.
Oh, that
There
bitch.
are 3 scenes I'm going to analyze. Tosh and Nev talking about gender dysphoria.
Every time that I
Tosh
feel
coming out
bad, I watch that little clip of Tash getting her fucking head bashed in.
as non-binary to their mother, and the infamous Isabella Barv scene.
Oh,
First,
Bella
Tosh and
Barv.
Nev discussing gender.
Why do you run around in
Give me
fancy
10,
mage
chat.
clothes?
Because
Down
I
low.
like them.
You're barely even wearing a shirt.
Yeah, and I love Tash. You're probably gonna talk about it as well. That she wants to be respected. Her pronouns need to be respected. Her identity needs to be respected, while disrespecting everyone else. Disrespects Neff and her clothing choice, and the fact that she likes being a woman. Disrespects Emmerich and the fact that he doesn't want to be called certain names. But you are a death mage. You are a skullfucker. So I'm calling it as I see it. And they don't see that. They don't see the hypocrisy. Why? Because Tashi is non-binary. Therefore, she can be mean to not straight, but cis people like Neff and Emmerich. Yeah.
Fight on with a bare midriff.
Everything all right?
We're fine. Just trading fashion.
Give me 10. That's 5.
So what I wear is
That's
a
the
problem
honesty
to
of these
you?
people. Yes.
It's not.
I didn't even get to mention the fact that Tash calls Emmerich Death Mage instead of his name. Yeah. Emmerich is like, hey, I don't like being called that. Tash is like, yeah, but it's your name though. It's what I see. So I'm going to call you that. But you call Tash her? She goes, don't call me that. Is what she does. Fuck you.
Why dress
Dumb
like that?
character.
Are you trying to make your mother happy?
Let's take a look at the beginning of this scene. Tosh, for some reason, is saying that Nev is dressed in a way that is unnatural or too feminine, and implies that Nev may be dressing in such a manner just because she wants to make her own mother happy.
Yeah,
I'm
Tosh
sorry,
calls
but
him a
this is
skull
quite
fucker.
possibly the worst introduction
Oh
to
yeah,
someone
I
talking
get it.
about
Be
gender dysphoria
fucking
that I've ever
videos.
seen.
Otherwise,
First of all,
are
Nev
3
doesn't
hours
even
long.
wear particularly feminine clothing. She wears pants, she has a button-up shirt that, sure, shows off a lot of her chest, but her chest is flat, and really, her clothing doesn't scream femininity at me. Nev's clothing
No,
is
it doesn't.
stylish, but honestly more in the way that I would expect a gay man to dress rather than a woman. She just doesn't look all that feminine. In fact, it would be extremely hard to make Tosh have this conversation with any of the female characters in the party, because no one wears dresses or skirts. No one looks particularly feminine.
And have you checked
Alara
that not a single character is fat? Do you guys meet a fat character in the entirety of Velgard? Can you name one? Interesting.
wears extremely practical clothes as a tinkerer and adventurer. Harding is also the same as a scout. Nev is a detective who has to walk the streets of Minrathous, so while she has more style than Balara and Harding, she's still dressed in a fairly practical manner other than the exposed flat chest situation. It felt like the writers wanted to force Tosh to speak this way to a woman just so they could imply that
Unfortunately,
Tosh
we have to
doesn't feel
talk about this
comfortable
topic
with
because
femininity. But unfortunately, no female character
it's
in
all
this
they
game
talked
is
about in the
even feminine
game.
enough for that
They
to
were
be
like body
possible.
positivity,
Hell,
but they didn't
Tosh's
make
own
any
mother
fat
wears
character a
clothes that look more
companion
like
or
the
an
robes of
NPC,
a mage or a
nothing.
priest, not a feminine dress whatsoever, since it makes the woman look basically like a potato sack. No feminine curves allowed, lest God forbid anyone get horny over some pixels.
Oh no!
I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but Tosh's way of speaking is extremely infantile and honestly quite offensive towards everyone they speak to.
Yes.
But for some reason, everyone else just accepts the way Tosh insults them or yells at them because, just because? I really don't
No,
understand
you
it.
cannot
Don't
make your
understand
you
why
cannot
aren't given
be
options.
represented. That's the thing. You cannot claim that you're the most inclusive and diverse game out there in the industry and then under-deliver in such a fucking way.
To disagree with your companions, even if they are necessary to the main plot for their special skills. I don't know whether someone
Oh,
on the
you
team
lost
at Bioware
weight?
thought
Good
that it
job,
would send
Romina.
the wrong message to let the player disapprove of various things.
They
that
should
the
have
companion
given me an
say,
option to
but
say,
this decision to
Tash,
not let the
give me
player
10.
have a different opinion
Again,
has greatly backfired.
you offend me.
Now people are
Give me 10.
describing Veilguard as propaganda because you aren't allowed any option but to agree with what the writers want you to agree with. And honestly, I can't disagree with people calling this propaganda, because that's exactly what propaganda does. It presents itself as the only correct option, convincing you to agree and believe.
Yeah,
the
your
things
girlfriend
that
cannot make herself. It's crazy. Crazy. But yeah, inclusivity. Yeah, when you're just shoving everything else, that it's also inclusive and diverse, you shove that and, call it a fucking day. That's what people like this do. They just want a space, so instead of making more room, of creating a new room, they just, evict people from their room. So great.
Sense to you.
I wouldn't barf.
the
I'd
right way
barf.
to
I
think.
I
Look,
cannot
as a
do
trans and
push-ups.
queer guy, I absolutely want people like me to be more accepted. I want us to be considered a regular part of society and be allowed to live our lives in peace.
Oh,
But this
common
is not the way
sense.
to get there.
It's so hot. it's like cool water dripping over my fiery brain. It's like, oh, common sense. Oh, bro.
This has the opposite effect. This makes people hate us more. Anyway, back to Tosh. For some reason, we're talking about feminine clothing and how Tosh has trauma of their mother telling them to wear dresses. And that equates not only to them being trans, but also attacking other people's fashion choices, such as Nev's. I'm sorry that I even have to make this statement at all, but being trans or queer or any other minority does not give you the right to be an asshole. Tosh implying that Nev's way of dressing is wrong or unnatural is simply an asshole thing to say, invalidating Nev's own identity as a woman. And
I couldn't make myself in the game. I made an attractive character. You guys have seen her in the videos. It took me 2 hours, if not 3. I don't remember much. And she doesn't look anything like me. She's attractive. Thank God. Only her face. Don't look at her fucking body. I tried to make myself. She didn't look like me at all.
Way she chooses to express herself as such. Let us continue through this disaster of a scene.
Tosh, what's going on? Something is clearly bothering you.
My bet's on mothers and dresses.
It's just something my mother said the other day. That I act more like a man than a woman.
And you feel
Dorian
like you
was
should wear dresses
peak.
to make her happy.
No.
Dorian had
Can
a
you
personality,
imagine me
man.
in a dress? I'd look stupider
For
than
most of the fucking game, you didn't even know that Dorian, if you didn't interact with Dorian, you didn't even know that Dorian was queer until he told you that he was gay. I don't want to talk about Dorian in Dragon Age the Veilguard. That was not Dorian. Dorian died, okay? Dorian's dead. Una duda, ¿cómo crees que debería ser mejor implementada la inclusividad y más topics en un videojuego? ¿O crees que es mejor no incluir esas cosas? Se pueden incluir. I'm going to talk in Spanish a little bit. Se pueden incluir 100%. Las han incluido en otros juegos. Se incluyó en Origins, se incluyó en... ¿Inclujo? Creo que sí, ¿no? En el Dragon Age 2 y está en el Inquisition. Se puede hacer. Se puede hacer porque las personas así existen y obviamente existirían han existido desde la posteridad, desde los romanos y todas las cosas así, ¿vale? Pero tienes que ponerlo de una manera en que estén allí y sean naturales para... Qué difícil es hablar en español después de hablar en inglés. Que sean naturales para la historia, que existan porque la gente así existe y vale, pero que toda su historia y toda su... ¿Sabes? Todos los que hagan, todas las misiones que estén relacionadas a ese personaje sean solo de su identidad es... Incluyó. No, pero eso no es lo que estoy diciendo. Que... ¿Se incluyó? ¿Se incluyó? No me acuerdo ya. Pero, ¿sabes? Que sea todo sobre la identidad de género y de lo que tengan entre las piernas, pues no me parece bien. And what I'm saying, okay? You're my favorite lesbian minority streamer. Hell yeah. I'm also black, by the way. So, that's even... No, I'm not. What I said was, someone asked, listen, how would you include people, like, from every single, like, area of life, like, queer people, whatever, into games, or wouldn't you do it at all? It's been done before, okay? It's been done. You can head out, nerdy, you're fine. You don't have to ask me for permission, if you're not feeling well at any point, or you don't want to like come to one of my streams in mod, you can do that. It's been done before. It's been done, and we don't call it woke then, we just call it good writing. It's been done in Origins with Liliana and Severin. They were bisexual, and there was characters that you couldn't even romance. They were not asexual, but they just didn't want to fuck you, and they didn't see your character that way, and you left, okay? You were fine, and people didn't like, grab the pitchforks and the fucking torches and try to burn Bioware to the ground. In Dragon Age 2, you could romance all the characters regardless of your Hawk's gender. They were Hawk sexual, okay? No one cared because the characters were well written, okay? And before that, Anders was bisexual in Awakening. So again, it doesn't fucking matter. Inquisition, Dorian, I love that man. You can hate him, you can love him. I love him. You didn't even know that Dorian was gay until his motherfucker of a father decided to try to, dig his little nasty Tevinter fingers up in Dorian's business, okay? There you go. And there he was, a fucking, force to be reckoned with, full of personality, and not a single bit of it. Dorian is the best representation in Dragon Age in that case. Not a single piece of Dorian was about him being gay. At all. He was just Dorian. And that's how you fucking do it, okay? You know what they should have done? They should have introduced Tash with they, them pronouns already. They should have said, oh, I am this, and just made up a fucking word like Akunath Lock they did with trans characters. Like, oh, it's Akunath Lock. It's Akun. I am this. So I am more than a man and a woman. I literally made ChatGPT write a better, explanation in a better way. And it came out with like, yeah, I am more than a man, I am more than a woman, or I am a dragon. So I am above everything. And just get it out of the way. Don't make me sit there and watch the fucking character throw a hissy fit and argue with their mother. I don't want that. I don't want to hear that. Bro, I'm not here for this. Just, they are what they are. Period. They are who they are, and maybe they can have a line of dialogue if you could, like in Origins, actually talk to your fucking companions and exhaust all their lines of dialogue. Maybe if you want to, it's your choice as the player. You can ask Tash, like, hey, what is this about you, not being a man or a woman? Like, where did this come from? And maybe, if you go down that line, Tash can explain to you whatever the fuck that means. If you choose to. If you want to. You're not given a choice, are you? You have to know. I don't care about people's identities, but my own. Like, I don't care. And if you want to make me care, you have to make me care about the character as a person before I'm interested in where they come from as a person. But you just telling me like, oh, they're this, you have to like it or else. The mom is the only character that is, normal. That acts like a fucking human being.
This isn't about the dress.
The mom was so much more. That happens that's a fucking theme. And I noticed that while I was writing the script for Belara and Meryl's. Belara's brother, Syrian, is 1,000 times more interesting than Belara. They have the same, literally, like, backstory. But he is literally working for a forgotten one. You know how much cooler it would have been if you could, like, have Syrian as a companion instead of Belara? Same thing with fucking Tash. If you could have not Tash, like, I don't remember her name, but the Tamasran as a companion, kind of like a win situation. where, you know, and maybe Tash is an NPC and she has gotten kidnapped by the Dragonkin or whatever because they want her, she's special, she's whatever, and you have to help the mom actually like get Tash back. That would have been crazy good. And maybe Tash is a child. That would have been better even. Just, you know, if she's gonna behave like a child, make her a child.
I don't
so
know.
much better.
She always says stuff like that. About how I dress.
Shathan.
How I act.
And?
It feels right. When she says I act more like a man.
And that's the thing. What is being a man and what's being a woman, you stupid bitch?
It feels right. Why does it feel right?
I have no idea why Tosh feels the need to say that they would look stupider than they are.
Yes, please
they
help me come out to my dad. If the story was, you know, written in this
then
one.
they
Oh my
just settle
god.
on stating that they would look stupid in a dress. Thinking that you
That
look
would have
bad
been so
in a
much
certain
better.
article of
Shathan would have been a
clothing
great
has nothing
companion.
to do
Tash
with being
acting like
trans,
this.
by the way.
I think it would
You
make
can
sense.
absolutely have preferences
100%.
about how your body looks like in various types of clothes.
If you
and
ignore
that's just
Tash,
part
is
of your
better
fashion
because
style.
her mother
As a
survives
trans
the
man, I never thought I looked stupid in a dress.
And she
I
dies.
simply felt extremely uncomfortable in one because people saw me as a girl or woman, which I did not feel like. And additionally, I also found dresses uncomfortable due to my legs rubbing against each other. Even if I wasn't a trans guy, I would have likely simply never enjoyed wearing skirts or dresses due to that uncomfortable feeling of bare
I don't like
legs or
skirts because they blew up in the wind and I wear thongs and my ass is exposed. There you go. That's why I don't wear skirts. Barely wear skirts. Yeah, they're not comfortable, bro.
thin tights. And then we get to the point at which I become even more confused about Tosh's entire thing.
I'm not a woman anymore.
Tosh says
I wear
that when
skirts.
their mother says Tosh acts more like a man, it feels right.
I have
so
watched
then,
the
pray
Tara
tell,
JK
why
video.
isn't Tosh a trans man if they feel like acting like a man is something that feels right?
Damn right.
Oh, right. Other than Rook, who gets a few cringy lines, and Tarquin, who just appears a little bit, though I do appreciate the character being voiced by a trans man, we can't really discuss trans masculine
Do you
identity.
know what's a really good example of trans representation? In one of Arcane's, like the new season, there's a trans woman. And you don't even realize that they're trans. Like a lot of people were like, oh, are they? Are they not? They were there for like very few times and they were so cool. Like her character was actually so fucking cool and everyone loved her. That's it. That's all you have to do. Make a cool character. But like, oh, she's trans. Whatever. She's a cool character. Period.
As much. And if someone even thinks to say to me, well, you already had Krem in Inquisition, why did you want
Soul
a
Games
transgender
Inc.
male character to be more important in the story?
Let's cue it up. I cannot be here forever. You know what? You know, let me go. Yeah, literally Shrek has better trans representation. Soul Games Inc. Arcane is so fucking good, bro. I'll find it. I'll find the video.
Are you hearing yourself? Krem had such a small role and could essentially be ignored. In contrast,
You found
Tosh
it?
is non-binary,
Do you send
and
it
if
to
you
me
want to get the
on
good
Discord?
ending of the game, you are forced to be part of this entire journey of them discovering their non-binary. And not only that, but you're also forced to agree with them and be extremely supportive. Compared to this,
They give us
you
a
could
DILF but no
completely
male
ignore Krem,
third.
and when you spoke to him
True.
about being trans, your Inquisitor didn't even have the option to be supportive. You could either be confused or outright not understand or agree with his experience. And while I absolutely think you should also have had an option to be understanding or supportive, I do appreciate that you had other options in Inquisition to be more of an asshole as well. Because if you were
You
role-playing an
cannot
evil Inquisitor,
send. If you
they could
move
kill and
to
torture
YouTube
and
really
imprison
quick, you can
people,
send a link
but
from there.
suddenly they would
I
draw
think.
the line at transphobia. Anyway, just wanted to mention how there is a clear bias towards trans feminine and non-binary identities being represented, whereas trans men are just represented in a much smaller, far less meaningful way. And as a trans man, I have to say that it kind of sucks.
I'm trying
However,
to get all the episodes to be out because I want to rewatch it with my boyfriend.
I honestly
But I am at the
relieved
edge of
that
my seat with
BioWare's
Arcane.
writers
It's
didn't focus
incredible.
more strongly on representing trans men, because if Tosh is any indication, it would be a horrible experience seeing myself
And it has to do
represented
something
in
when
such
you
a way.
hit 10K. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't fucking care. I mean, we can do a you know, like a little like drinking stream. I can like chill with you guys, have a little like, bro. I appreciate you, I really do, but you know, I don't want to be annoying. Like literally, like I don't mean like, oh my god, let's like what do you want me to do, like to decorate the room? I really appreciate it. Dash cosplay, I'm not tall enough.
Anyway, hate to break it to you, whoever needs to hear
I think we
this,
can
but
hang
being
out,
non-binary
you know what I mean?
isn't about feeling more like a man than a woman, or being more
Tabletop
like a
art-
woman than a man.
yeah,
That's being
I
a
wanna
trans
try
man
to
or
set
a
that
trans
up.
woman. Being non-binary isn't about not liking wearing dresses or not liking wearing pants. Being non-binary means you don't really feel like your gender identity fits with either men or women. However, that does not mean you have to dress in an androgynous way either. There are non-binary people who prefer to look more masculine, others who prefer to look more feminine, and of
That man
course
was
some as well
extremely
who do
patient.
prefer a more
Yes, she
androgynous or
was.
as genderless look as possible. However, in our society, this genderless androgynous look is really a fairly masculine
Do you play
presentation,
League?
even if
Absolutely not. I played a couple times and people were so mean to me. I fucked off.
people like to
Whatever.
pretend that it isn't, that it's some third mysterious thing. As much as people would like to pretend otherwise, masculine tends to be the default, even if this is pushed forward as neutral. Anyway, not here to discuss gender expression and performativity through clothing,
I do
but
barbs
do
to
keep
celebrate.
that
I can
in
do
mind.
one.
In essence,
And
please
then
remember that
never be
gender
able to
isn't
lift my
mainly about the clothes
arms
you wear.
again.
It's about how you feel and how you want to be perceived and treated in society. And yes, clothes do play a part in that, but they're not the main thing. Continuing with the scene.
Tosh, do you like being a woman?
Haram with your girlfriend, you
Nobody
are
likes being
a
a
stronger
woman.
person than I am. I can't. I have anger issues.
This is stupid. Forget I said anything.
Oh,
Hey, it's not stupid. I do like being a woman, but if you don't, maybe that's something to think about. But what does it mean? It could be about your mother's expectations, or about how it feels to be a woman and Kunari. Or maybe it's being a woman, period. How would knowing that help? It won't change anything.
so fucking annoying, bro.
First off, it's absolutely offensive and invalidating to a lot of other people's experience to say that nobody likes being a woman. Plenty of women love being women, including trans women. Obviously, if they didn't enjoy being women, why would they even transition?
Send the link on YouTube's? I cannot see it. Give me a second. Nobody likes being a woman. And if you're a feminine woman, double homicide, apparently. God. Little... Ugh. Oh, my voice. Ew! Where are you? Where you put it? Did I lose it? Fuck. I don't know where it is. I would have seen it, I think. It would have popped on the chat. I didn't see it. Anyways. Let's watch the... Not this one. This is me. This. Someone told me to watch this. Last fucking...
What I have seen with my...
Do not yell at me. Ooh. Writing. We're fixing the writing.
That line, and now I feel that. But I digress.
Let's see. I love being a man, and if I love being a man, then there's a woman out there that loves being a woman. Exactly. Oh. Okay, let's see how this person fixes
Hello,
the writing
ladies
in
and
Veilguard.
gentlemen. Welcome back to yet another and what will hopefully probably be my final Veilguard video. Because I'd oh so hate to be perceived as bullying a small indie company like BioWare with its only 50,000 current players. Maker forbid. No. Instead, we're here to ask and answer one simple question. Oh, people have been saying I sound like Total Biscuit. I get that a lot, and then I just used that line, and now I feel that. But I digress. One simple question. Can I fix Veilguard with good writing? Honestly, I think so. The core concept of Veilguard's story isn't necessarily dreadful. It's just the fact that it was executed extremely poorly.
Yes.
I compared it in my...
And I'm gonna get the art book. I like concept art. It doesn't deserve it, but I'm gonna get it. I've gotten every single fucking art book in Dragon Age. And I want to see just what other aspects of this storytelling they wanted to go into, and they just completely disregarded because probably, you know, went
to essentially
over their heads.
having painted the Mona Lisa and then pissed all over it and smeared it in shit. There's a piece of art somewhere underneath all of that, but it's a lot of shit. So the purpose of this video is in essence an attempt to clean up the Mona Lisa. Do I think I can get rid of the smell? No, but I can at least maybe get her looking presentable. Should disclose, I'm not a published author. I am writing a book, very slowly, but that doesn't count.
I feel you.
It's a hobby. I like writing. I like video games. I love Dragon Age, at least until now. So, without
It's
further
me.
ado, we'll jump right into this. And keeping in mind, I will be maintaining the original concept. I'm not painting a new
Oh,
picture
I'm gonna
here.
get the art
I'm
book.
adjusting the existing one. And I'll try to keep it brief. I'm not going to be able to fit in everything that I want to. I just want to get the basic concept to you guys, and then you can judge for yourselves whether or
Okay.
not the general change in direction
I
could have made...
will give you my opinion. I'm not a fucking published writer either. I do write a lot. And I do feel like if you guys like my fucking scripts on my new videos, I wrote that. So that goes to show the level of writing I can deliver. And I'm just going to try to give you also my point of view in the whole fucking debacle.
made the game more enjoyable or not.
This war is far from over.
Nerd.
We'll start off where any good story begins, at the origin, at your character's background. Keeping with the theme throughout this game of your choices being absolutely meaningless, your background choice is, surprise, surprise, absolutely meaningless, with no tangible effect on the story whatsoever, nor...
I don't know if he's gonna say that, but what I would have done, it's 100% Dragon Age Origins of like, sure, you pick like the basics of like, are you a Grey Warden, are you this? Like they give you more options and they're more unique background stories like faction, but they don't really mean anything at the end of the day. It's just, you're gonna hear one very specific NPC say a very specific line of dialogue once, and that's gonna be that. The rest of the game is gonna play the exact same, which, fair. One way that Origins completely... It doesn't, because Origins is not that different either, depending on your character. Like, there's areas of the game where characters are gonna refer to you differently, and they're gonna treat you differently regardless of your, you know, like, regarding your race and backstory, whatever. But at the end of the day, they cannot go absolutely like haywire with it because it would be too big of a scale. The way that Origins fixes that is by actually letting you play as the Origins, as that faction, for a good portion of the beginning in the tutorial, and let you maneuver through your character's life, at least, you know, a bit before they're just like taken from that life and thrown into the unknown, into being a Grey Warden. I would have enjoyed a lot to maybe have a mission with Varric and Harding, like maybe get a glimpse of like, oh, they have been working together for like what, like a year at this point? Maybe show me, instead of telling me like, oh, do you remember that mission that we did together, Rook? Of this and that and that and this? Like, maybe show me the mission that I got with, you know, that I got to meet Varric and Harding through. Like, that would have been so much more better. And it's completely different depending on what faction you pick. That would have been amazing. Like, I get to see it and I get to, like, you know, actually have an interaction with Varric. You don't have to tell me like, oh, we've been working together for 1 year and therefore I love Varric. Varric is very important. He's gonna die and you're gonna care a lot about his death. Even because if this is completely like meant for new audiences, they're not gonna care about Varric. The only reason you as the player would care about Varric is because you have played Inquisition or Dragon Age 2. Period. If you want to make a new audience care about Varric, show them interacting with Varric outside the tutorial area, like that fucking ritual mission. Just show me who he is as a character. Why does Rook care about him? How they interacted, how they got out of travel together. And then you're gonna build like a relationship there. You're gonna build a bond that is gonna hurt when it's severed. But they didn't do that.
Or any of your dialogue, your background, much like everything else in Veilguard, is already predetermined, and all exactly the same as every other background. You're the good guy, you clash with the authority figures, you get exiled. That's it. That's your background. This is easily, hands down, without any question, the first thing that needs to change. The first thing that needs to immediately change. And so I'm going to do exactly that, giving you an example of 1 or 2 short stories, prologues, if you will, that I believe playing through as your first mission would have set the groundwork for your...
I haven't watched this video, by the way.
Character in a much
I do
more
like
meaningful and
Warhammer.
impactful
Warhammer
way.
40k.
A concept which you wouldn't think is rocket science, but here we are. I digress. Let's start with my favorite faction, and the only one in the entire game that I give a shit about, the Grey Wardens. Currently, the story in Veilguard is you went on a mission, you disobeyed orders because you know best, and you saved people, and then you left because you got in trouble. Some would say that counts as, deserting your post and forsaking
It is. And literally, in Dragon Age 2, Grey Wardens are hunting down Anders because he did the same thing. You know what I mean? Anders is being hunted down by Grey Wardens, years after the Blight because he deserted. So
vows, but hey, Rook's the good guy. They can do no wrong anyway. Yeah, I'm about to tell you that Rook can do wrong, and Rook should be able to do wrong. And you can establish this immediately at the beginning of the game by letting the player craft the character they want to play, as opposed to forcing the self-insert of Rey Skywalker into the fucking Dragon Age game. You, dear viewer, are a Grey Warden. A freshly recruited Grey Warden, recently gone through their joining at Weishaupt. And you're given the shit jobs, because you're a new recruit, and you have to prove yourself. The Wardens in the Anderfels, for those of you who don't know, are basically stuck-up nobles. So the duty of hunting down packs of Darkspawn falls to the recruits. Yourself, alongside several other recruits and a senior warden to lead you, head off to respond to a Grey Warden distress signal. Reports of Darkspawn in the area, trouble afoot, all very cliche, blah blah blah. Your group is ambushed by a group of Darkspawn, the senior warden with you dying to protect you from an ogre. You're ultimately forced to take charge.
I'm gonna listen to what he's saying. If I look at the fucking gameplay, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
The new recruits are afraid, and you have to do something. Presenting you, after your first taste of combat, with a choice. And depending on your actions, the recruit may well run, deserting his post, he'll stay, or you can kill him, establishing exactly what kind of character you are. Will you be diplomatic? Will you try to reason with him? Will you crack jokes to try and lighten the mood? Will you threaten him? And if the boy should prove fool enough to run, as he turns, will you shove your sword through his back? Because in death, sacrifice.
Exactly.
One way or the other. You have a duty to fulfill. There's no time to mourn, no time to have a group therapy session to talk about our feelings. There's a town that needs your protection. They called for the Grey Warden's aid, and you must answer. Leading your fellow recruits, however many of them are actually left alive, you go to the town and talk to the one in charge, who informs you that not far from the village, a new entrance to the Deep Roads has opened up. The Darkspawn are pouring out, and it won't be long now before a horde of monsters descends upon the town, leaving you with yet another choice. Do you stay in the village and fight to defend its people?
A child.
Or do you follow protocol to the letter? A breach of this size, a horde of this size, must be reported to the Grey Wardens immediately. For the greater good and the villages in the surrounding areas, this one village must fend for itself. Or do you do something potentially stupid? You could attempt to sneak by the horde, go find the breach yourself and seal it, cutting the head off the snake, as it were, yet very risky. Should you fail in this gambit, no doubt many more will die before the Wardens take notice. The fates of many lay before you. The choices you make here will define your character, set up the story for exactly who Rook is.
No
How
time to
many
save the
lives
town. We had to make my mom accept that I'm non-binary.
are you willing to risk? And are the lives of the Wardens worth more than those of the villagers? Perhaps you leave the recruits behind to defend the villagers.
Ooh,
Perhaps you take them
choices
with
that
you.
make
Perhaps
you
there is safety in
roleplay?
numbers, or perhaps the Darkspawn will more easily sense the corruption in your blood. Depending on your choices in this prologue, ladies and gentlemen, many people may die. Some characters may not appear later on, others may. They'll remember your actions here. Perhaps you'll return to this village one day, or to the ruins of it. The Grey Wardens may be stronger for your actions, or they may be weaker. Their reputation may be harmed, or it may be improved. Choice, consequence. This, by design, is something that Veilguard completely and absolutely fails to implement in its game, and is the number one thing that needs to change. And change it I would, with every background having its own unique prologue, giving the player the
Exactly,
chance.
that's what I said. Like, it needed that so much. You cannot say that you're bringing back Origins, you're bringing back this, yeah, you brought back Origins the same way that Inquisition brought back Origins. And I thought we were learning, lessons from Inquisition. Like, open world, bad. This, bad. You know what I mean? So why would you do it like that? It's just lame as hell.
To craft their character, to sculpt it how you want to. Because
Yeah,
this
you
is
need
your story.
choices.
Craft for yourself a Grey Warden of legend. Start the game as a Dalish elf in the Arlefen forest, who runs afoul.
The Dalish elves in this don't feel Dalish at all. Not just your own Rook. Rook doesn't feel fucking Dalish, aside from a few lines of, like, our gods. Instead of like the gods, they said our gods did this, our gods did that. Even the Dalish elves here just feel completely like, ugh,
to slavers, forcing
boring.
you to leave the safety of the forest, track down the slavers, and free your family. Or as a noble's son in Tevinter, whose father was recently assassinated by his political enemies. Uncover the murder plot and avenge your
Being a
family.
magister's
Or start
son
in
or
Navarra as
something
the
would have
daughter of
been-
a dragon hunter. An assassin from Antiva sent to track down Zevran. A pirate serving in Isabella's crew. A dwarf of Kalsharak. The origin of your character defines you. It is the stage of which the story takes place. And Veilguard...
You could punch the but you can only punch the first warden because the first warden is literally evil. And he was directly like approving the Grey Warden's actions and the blood rituals in Inquisition. So, what happened to Ferelden in Felgard? Everything the south of Theras, so Ferelden, Orlais, like the Free Marches, it's all razed to the ground by Darkspawn. Off camera, of course.
He just misses the mark entirely on this. And
Yeah, they don't feel like City Elves or Dalish Elves at all. They just feel like humans wearing plastic ears.
Whatsoever. Because in Veilguard you are Rook. Whereas I would make you, you. Your character, your story, your game. Not BioWare's. Yours. Now I could wax poetically for you for like 40 minutes, going through the story and all the details of every prologue that I'd type up, but well, we don't have time for that. Perhaps that's something you'd like to see. I don't know. I could do individual videos for each origin that I'd create, going into like
you could do
artistic
that.
detail.
People like
but
that.
We won't do that here. For the sake of this video and presenting it to you in a digestible format, we'll stick with the Warden's prologue story, and we'll go from there. We'll say, for the point of argument,
Kuhn
when
are
the
just
time came
bad
to make the
cosplayers as
choice
well.
as the Warden, you chose to seal the breach, saving the village, but ultimately leading to the deaths of every Grey Warden recruit that accompanied you. You returned to Weishaupt with the grim news of your Pyrrhic victory. The First Warden being the political asshole that he is, because, well, Veilguard actually portrayed the First Warden that way correctly. The First Warden is supposed to be pretty much a stuck-up, kind of arrogant politician. But I'd provide you with a contrast, ladies and gentlemen, because every lazy, incompetent ruler has his right-hand man that secretly runs everything. So I present you the Commander of the Grey for the Anderfels. The Commander sees your efforts and understands the sacrifice that you made. The First Warden does not, ultimately leading you to be pushed aside and sent on a mission which is basically the equivalent of being sent to the boonies to guard the shithole, otherwise known as the Warden's Outpost in Minrathos. Despite the Commander vouching for you and saying that you performed your duties as a Warden ought to, the First Warden is the First Warden.
Corner.
He says so. Wardens ultimately died for your recklessness, and you must be punished. And so, off you're sent to Minrathos, to serve the Order there until you learn your place. Eventually, one way or the other, every prologue would lead ultimately to Minrathos, in a similar vein to how all of Origins led to Ostagar. Here, you'd find a small set of 2 or 3 quests throughout the city that are tailored to your background.
Yeah, that would have been cool as well, like you did in Ostagar. Like, you actually get to explore and enjoy Ostagar before it's razed to the ground by Darkspawn. It would have been great if they had done that in Minrathos as well, of like, make me care. Why do I care if this fucking city gets razed to the ground? What do I care?
Warden would do Warden things, the Tevinter Noble would do Tevinter Noble things, the Dalish would do Dalish things.
Thank you for the follow.
During these first missions in the city, or perhaps even during the prologue that you just came from, you'll have your first companion, whoever they may be. I always like the concept of having at least one companion that is tied directly to your backstory, like they feel a part of your life. It just gives you that connection that the other companions later on might not quite grasp. For the sake of the Warden, I'd say your companion is Davran in Minrathos. This meaning he won't have his griffin.
That would be cool, actually. Like, depending on your origin, you actually, maybe you're friends or you get to know the companion in question that each faction come from better. Like, that would be cool. Yeah, I like that at all.
Like, a griffin out of fucking thin air is really lazy writing. Just suddenly, oh look, a griffin. Ah, this is normal. Okay. No, he doesn't have the griffin yet. We'll get to that later. Long story short, Davran shows you around the city. You do some quests, you establish the character a bit more, you get to know each other a bit, and then you meet Varric, having a drink at one of the local taverns. Turns out his friend, air quotes, is missing, and the Grey Wardens in Minrathos are essentially police, by virtue of the fact that they are...
Yeah, that would be great.
Not well
like,
regarded
honestly...
in Tevinter, because they tend to be a bit high and mighty, and the First Warden tends to stick his nose into Tevinter business thinking that he owns the place. when he really doesn't. Either way, Davrin is captivated by the man's stories and convinces you to go along with him, or you can, be convinced yourself. One of the few times that you don't necessarily have a choice.
This is so much better already. Thank you for the follow.
Ostagar needing to happen for the story to continue, and the technical limitations of just reasonably you can't have 12 trillion different paths in a video game. At a certain point, we'd be talking like downloading a 200 terabyte video game or something ridiculous.
Fair.
So we need to keep that in mind. Choices,
Getting his ass
yes.
beat.
Branching paths, yes. A trillion of them? No. As much as I
Yeah,
would
but I
love
get
an
that,
RPG
like,
with it.
several origins, and then it all converges back into one point, and then it goes back, and that's basically what Origins did, and that's basically what Baldur's Gate has done, and everything else. It's like, you branch out, you get to decide how you get to point, to the second point. And from there, you branch out, you get to decide how you get there, but you get there. You're gonna get there eventually, but you get there.
A trillion different options and different paths to objectives.
Find your channel of the clown
We have
suit.
to be realistic.
Pebbles will come back.
So yes, you go with Varric.
Probably with
because
Mass Effect
that's
5.
just what BioWare's story here demands us doing. Like I said, I'm not painting a new picture, I'm just adjusting the current one. But
And the
digress.
fact,
You get a
and I
lead on
love
the
this,
Venatori.
that the only normal character is Davrin, and that's because he was wrote by Garrus Vicarian's writer. Like, they have the same writer, so...
Suspicious shit is going down by the docks. And maybe if you're a Tevinter noble, this has some connection to the assassins that killed your father. Either way, you end up chasing a rather important-looking Tevinter chap through a alluvion, the giant mirrors, which shuts off behind you and traps you in the fucking Arlefen forest, which, coincidentally, would be where your Dalish elf origin may be from.
Oh, there you go. Give me a second. Let me see this. Let me read this. After seeing B-Tier's multi-tier video and transfer presentation Dragon Age the Veilguard, I didn't think the issue is that Mass Effect can be made today. The issue is that, look, we're going back to B. I know my gamble said the next one. B-Tier's video was good. Exodus still has potential. The evidence points to it. However, what is worrisome is that some of the activists have already been seen working with Archetype. If their influence can be minimized, then it can still be good. Kayla is working directly with Archetype. There is an example. She was the one who got me preemptively banned from the extra servers without me ever having broken any rules because I am toxic. She was on the council for Dragon Age the Veilguard, and we all know how that turned out. And you should see her tweeted feed. She's an activist who is constantly ton policing. I don't fit her narrative, so doesn't matter what I talk about or if I'm passionate about Exodus. I talked about the council when she lost it and went on a witch hunt on me. Like I said, people like her value politics over games, but don't worry, I will still be covering Exodus despite this stuff. I will be covering about extensively. I have a friend on the Exodus servers, and he tells me it is slowly shaping up to be like the BioWare server. Guess we'll see. I'm probably gonna post a fucking Twitter about this. Kayla Isabel has left Twitter, but doesn't mean shit, bitch. I'm gonna warn people.
Which will come into effect.
Thank
later
you,
on.
by the way.
Long story short, Solus's ritual goes basically exactly as you'd expect, badly. The elven gods escape the Fade, who proceed to swat us aside like annoying pesky flies, and we are knocked unconscious. Waking up some days later from a mini-coma, a Dalish clan has saved your life. And how well you've been treated depends heavily on your background. If you're a Dalish elf,
I
these
had a
people
mental
are your
breakdown with
family,
fucking
this is the clan
Lucanus.
that you left behind. If you're a Tevinter noble,
Yeah, we
you've
know
had
who-
your
yeah,
hands
we
bound
know
by
who she
ropes
is.
and
We've
have
always known who
guards
she is.
standing outside your tent. And if you're a warden, you get treated with a degree of respect. Or a lot of respect. But
They
only
bet
if
B,
you
that's how
imported
it
your
just
choices
works.
from Origins, and the
They
hero
love to
of
talk
Ferelden
about,
was a
oh,
Dalish
we're getting censored, and they just censor everyone else.
elf. Because this clan is the clan from Origins, previously in the Brazilian forest, and then in Kirkwall afterwards. But if the hero of Ferelden is a Dalish elf, these guys have high respect for wardens. Look, the choices that you made previously actually fucking matter. It's a fucking miracle. Either way, you wake up in the Dalish camp, and they tell you everything that's happened in the few days that you've been unconscious. The elven gods escaped.
Don't worry,
The Dalish
I'll make a
clan
Twitter about
is
it.
fractured. They're arguing.
I'll make a tweet.
The situation is tense. An Arlathan forest
see.
is alive.
Archetype
Old
should
magics
not
are
do
lingering
this.
in the air. Darkspawn are
If
crawling
they don't
up
want to
from
go
the
down the
earth,
same
and
path as
corruption
Veilguard,
is spreading
and they
through
don't
the
want
trees.
that, so
depending on
I'm
your
rooting
backstory,
for
the Dalish
Exodus,
elves may or may not
but they shouldn't
cooperate
allow
with you. They
people
may
like
ask
Kill
for your
Elizabeth
help.
to
Especially if you are
police
Danish,
people
of course, they
in
will
their
ask for
server.
your help. They may even question why you'd want to leave the family after all this. And my general concept for the Dalish prologue was something along the lines of Tevinter slavers kidnapping one of your family members and you
I have to
having
make
go
that
track
tweet
them
now,
down
though.
and say,
I have to make that tweet now because I haven't since. Give me a second. Get ready for some ASMR with Ara. Because what the fuck is going on? What the hell is going on? Let me save the images. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Here it comes. Let's see. She's trying to police people. That, you know, if you don't think like she thinks, that's an issue. Obviously. I sure hope so that fucking Archetype Entertainment gets his shit together. Ay. And posted. God. They need to get their shit together. Genuinely. I posted. Go and like it.
for them, and that's why you go to Minrathos. So maybe that comes up.
Who
in
looks pretty,
conversation.
me?
Whether or not you have your brother or sister
I
with
look
you, whether or not
pretty
they
all the
died
time.
in Minrathos,
It's not talking about me.
etc. But sticking to the Warden's story at least, the Dalish want your help. They say that the Darkspawn have crawled out of the earth, the blight, the corruption is spreading. This is a problem. It shouldn't be spreading this quickly. And the Darkspawn look strange. the song feels different in your head. Your choice in this moment of time having far-reaching consequences.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Why Scala? Why does she have a fucking say on who gets fucking banned on the Exodus server and who doesn't? Like, why does she get that kind of fucking power? You know what I mean? Endorsing that behavior, it's not gonna help Exodus. People are excited about Exodus, but they're more skeptical than anything else because of the type of, like, you know, environment and the type of, like, just filth we live in nowadays regarding video games. So people want it to be good, but they won't, like, just sit there and wait for it. Like, so if they're just fucking
at a crossroads,
being
and whatever you
bitches.
decide now may well decide the fate of a great many things.
We're gonna
Because you
sleep, go to
can't be in
sleep.
every place
This
at
is the last
once.
video that we're
Will you
gonna do
stay
today.
in the Elephant
By the
Forest,
way,
investigate the Blight, help the Dalish.
It's
Will
almost
you leave
11 here.
immediately,
A minute.
Head straight back to Weishaupt
Server mistakes,
and
you're
warn the
fine.
Grey Wardens about what you've seen, or perhaps turn tail and head straight back to Minrafos. After all, this is none of your concern. If you're a Tevinter noble in this instance, you've hardly been treated fair, and it's none of your concern, surely. Demons escaping the Fade happens all the time. Not your problem. Let's go home. You have more pressing matters in the capital, a family to avenge, a legacy
But that's
to
not the Overplay.
reclaim.
If you haven't,
To
I
hell
played
with
a
these
long
Dalish
time
elves.
ago.
But, ladies and gentlemen, for the sake of
I
this
wanna
video,
replay them.
you are a Grey Warden. You have a duty to uphold, and the last time you didn't follow protocol...
Yeah, she's biased without any and all integrity. Instead of a commonplace, she aims to create a chamber where everyone thinks the same. Exactly. No, thank you.
You in a lot of trouble. So, you're going to head straight to Weishaupt immediately to inform the Grey Wardens of what's going on. Surely they will believe you. Spoilers! And no, the First Warden does absolutely not believe you. However, you're not immediately sent back to Minrafos. There is a blight approaching, and the song has changed. The old nightmares have returned. The song is louder. An archdemon has appeared. Now, in this instant, ladies and gentlemen, you have time to prepare, because you didn't stay with the Dalish. You didn't stay in the Elephant Forest. But this also means you have no proof that the Elven Gods exist. So the First Warden is absolutely not going to believe you. Nobody is going to believe you. In fact, if you try to convince them that it's the Elven Gods because the Dalish
So they're
said
blue sky, but
the
via
First
Discord
Warden
this time?
will simply
Yeah, but it's like, bro, it's an official server, I'm assuming. Why does she have any type of fucking power?
arrest you and throw you in a cell until you stop acting hysterical. He won't just threaten it, he will do it. And it will have dire consequences. As you rot in a fucking cell, you'll wake up one day to the sound of archdemons screaming and Weishaupt under siege, and you haven't prepared at all because your big mouth didn't know to read the damn room and realize that the First Warden was never going to believe that bullshit. Quickly, reload a save, and don't act like a complete idiot. Or you could continue to play, and maybe, you know, one of the walls collapse and you escape Weishaupt and the Wardens get annihilated, but yeah, we should reload.
I would
we
love
should definitely
that.
reload. Save's coming, woo!
Yeah, she left Twitter, but
So,
that doesn't mean that she can escape the consequences. If people can, like, actually get Archetype Entertainment to, like, get their shit together and stop fucking relying on shills to moderate their shit,
Assuming that you don't get thrown in jail for being a dumbass,
and decide who
because you
gets to,
came
you know, who
straight
gets
to
access
Weishaupt,
and who
you have
doesn't
time
to their
prepare.
server.
Plenty of time to prepare, where otherwise you might not have. Weishaupt now essentially opens up to you as a mini quest hub. There's lots of things to do, lots of people to speak
Yeah,
to.
she's on Blue
lots of
Sky.
time to
Let's see how
prepare.
long
Gathering
that fucking
materials,
shit
building
lasts.
constructions, trebuchets need to be repaired, horses need to be fed, some grey wardens
people are gonna
missing,
find her there,
the
so,
outer
you know.
towns need protecting. The more of these side objectives that you complete, the greater the chance that the Grey Wardens will survive the coming storm. Ultimately, you do quests in Weishaupt and around Weishaupt and the surrounding villages as the Blight approaches. At its head,
This is so much
fleeing
better.
with the horde hot on his tails, is the youngest son of Hosberg, Prince Augustin, kings and princes of the Anderfels, who Veilguard completely forgot existed and didn't do anything with. The prince is desperately leading refugees away from the city, which has fallen to the Blight, begging the Grey Warden's assistance and shelter in Weishaupt. The prince is now
The
technically
thing is,
king.
fucking Blue Sky is already getting, like, they're in over their heads because fucking snowflakes love to report everyone for shit, so they keep reporting each other. And they're going
As
crazy.
his father is dead and his brothers have died, the First Warden refuses, stating that the king may enter, but the people may not. because Weishaupt cannot afford to feed them, and that they will have to fend for themselves.
It's getting a massive flux of
I can only describe
CP.
as the Grey Warden's Civil War.
Interesting.
The commander of the Grey doesn't agree, believing that his mission is to defend the people as well as defeat the Darkspawn. The commander insists that the people are allowed to enter, only to be rebuked. As the man draws his sword, the commander demands that the gates be opened for the people of the Anderfels. The first warden refuses
This last
naturally,
demon
and
in
orders that the commander is
Origins was-
arrested immediately. More wardens draw their swords, and lines are drawn in the sand. Here you get to decide. Will you join the commander, or will you join the first warden? Either option will have consequences. The first warden may be a selfish politician, but he has a point. Weishaupt can't feed these people. But the commander is far more respected amongst the men. A better leader, perhaps, for a time of blight. And
I would have
depending on your
played
choices
a Velgar visual novel if I had a good story with choices and consequences. Basically, would just yeah.
in the prologue, either men may be
It would have been
friendly or
interesting if
hostile.
they actually, if they wanted to flesh out the story in certain ways, they could have done like visual novels or something like, smaller in scale, but still like, with concept art or whatever. That would have been interesting.
Towards you, depending on whether or not
And
they
build up the
agree
hype
with your
for
choices or not.
what a
Ultimately,
Velgar could have
for the sake
been,
of this
but-
video, we will side with the commander, who makes short work of the first warden and cuts the man down, killing
She's
him.
a fucking
He orders
menace.
the gates opened, and the king of the Anderfels thanks him profusely.
She mods.
saying
That's
that
the
every
fucking. I
man-
said it before. She mods out the combat from Dragon Age Origins, and then she's like, in their new video, she's like, yeah, it's not the best, but I get that people like it. Like, shut
and
up.
Woman and child would take up arms to defend Weishaupt. They tactfully ignore the fact that they now have a few thousand more mouths to feed. And the king of the Anderfels shares with the fact that he had seen the dragon at the head of the horde. The archdemon is coming. Cue some epic cinematic shots of the approaching horde with a giant dragon in its head, the song screaming in every warden's head. The siege of Weishaupt is upon us. You start at the gates as they're battered down, holding
God
the courtyard
Origins.
until you have to fall back, going from
What
battlement
a
to battlement,
fucking
defense
amazing
to
game.
defense. But slowly and surely, you're losing. How quickly and how far back you get pushed depends on your choices you've made, on how well the wardens have prepared. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is where the battle
There's so many
is
things they could have
decided.
done,
If nobody
except
shows
Velgar.
up to help you, Weishaupt will fall, the Grey Wardens will die, and you will barely, if at all, escape with your life. However, depending on your choices, both during Veilguard and during previous games, allies will come to your aid. If you'd stayed in the Anderfels, perhaps you'd have the aid of the Dalish clans. Or if you'd gone back to Menrafos, perhaps the Grey Wardens there would ride to your
my
aid as well, or
beautiful,
perhaps
beautiful children. Look at
both.
them. Look at them in their armored, fucking foul, weaponized glory.
If you'd gone from Arlafan to
Oh.
Menrafos and then to Weishaupt, you'd have shown up in time to see Weishaupt under siege, giving you a completely different perspective on the
For
battle.
me to go to
Or
bed.
if you'd spared them during Inquisition, the Orlesian
How much
Wardens
we have left?
may
Not
well
that much.
send
Well.
forces to help you. Or, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the favorite part of this entire video for me, if you
Jedi
import
Crash
your
on
save from
Login,
Dragon Age
I
Origins,
mean,
if the hero
hear me
of
out.
Ferelden is alive, they are back from the west, at the head of an army gleaming in silver steel, charging into the horde and taking them by surprise. The horns sound and the men are rallied, and Weishaupt is saved. Be it by your
Yo,
allies
when do
of
you
the
learn
elves or
that your
Tevinter, or the
actions
Grey Wardens
have
of Alay, or
consequences?
Ferelden
Isn't
themselves.
that a fucking
Perhaps
meme?
the hero of Ferelden strikes down a
I
second
love the
Archdemon
Darkspawn in
and goes
Origins.
down in
They're the
legend
best
as the hero
ones.
of the Grey.
They
Perhaps
look
he died in
so
Origins and doesn't
icky
show up
and
with these
so
forces.
gross,
Or
and I
perhaps
love
it's
them.
the commander himself in Weishaupt to ride out and slay the Archdemon. Or even Devrin, your companion, who may deal the final blow. But depending on the state of things, how many wardens
And
there
in
are,
Velgar, we literally defeat archdemons, which again is something that they don't fucking talk about because they love to retcon everything. Like, oh, they're vessels now. They're actually vessels. They're like, like cars for Evaneris. Yeah, that doesn't explain the fact that they have souls, and those souls can reincarnate into another archdemon, and that's why a Grey Warden has to defeat the archdemon, because their souls kind of like negate each other. Why do they have that if they're just vessels? Why do they have that,
how many
Whatever.
casualties you've taken. Usually the wardens prioritize the older
Yeah, the
members
Darkspawn
who are
Awakening
closer
were
to the calling.
incredible.
I don't have many years left to
And we're never
deal the
gonna
final blow. Either way,
fucking-
ladies and gentlemen, with several different variations on the outcome of the battle, including a failure state, I always am
Yeah,
a
there
big
never is
fan of
Bugatti,
the
that's
ability
it.
to fail miserably and live with the consequences. That is an outcome. That has to be an outcome and everything. But for the sake of this video, we will assume that you are victorious.
Yeah, and the fact
hero
that
of
no, You can take. I think there's an archdemon fight in Weishaupt. I haven't fucking finished the game. I don't want to. But I think even though you can kill an archdemon, I'm assuming, if you want to be like a Grey Warden, why don't you die? You don't have Morgan. To have sex with Alistair, so what's going on there?
In the process. Again, him dying may upset some of you, but for the sake of this story, I don't really... I want to include him. I want an ending to the Warden's story, and I want him to go out or her to go out in a blaze of glory. Just a fucking huge, cinematic, massive send-off for the Warden, or whoever.
Yeah, what's the point of having a baby dragon with Morrigan? If, you know, and I there were so many things that I didn't point out in my video. It said, and I said, the first dragon that woke up, Dumad, was the strongest dragon. But shouldn't the strongest dragon be Lucason? Because that's Erlgernan's dragon, and he's the Allfather and the strongest Evaneris. Shouldn't his dragon be the strongest dragon? So why was it Dumad that was the strongest? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Fades to black, some
sad
music plays, and you see the aftermath of the Battle of Weishaupt. Thousands dead, hundreds of thousands of Darkspawn litter the field, corruption seeping up the white walls of Weishaupt. The mountain itself looks like it's bleeding, and the Archdemon...
And I'm still also on the Titan bullshit, because it's like, why is there so many ways to... If the Titans became corrupted, and their dreams corrupted the mortals, and the mortals became Darkspawn, and Darkspawn corrupted the archdemons. First of all, why would you want to corrupt the archdemons? What's the purpose on that? I don't get it. And then why does a tainted person, like a Grey Warden, why can they kill an archdemon? Like, why did the Titans decide that was going to be the Achilles heel of their entire operation? You know what I mean?
There's a way.
It's not fleshed out. People can be like, oh, well, it's theorized and it's implied. I don't care about theorizing and implications. I wanted Veilguard to answer those questions for me, and they didn't.
It turning blighted, black, and twisted. And the voice of an elven god pierces the mind of every single warden on the field, screaming at them in fury. You've killed her dragon. You don't know that it's her dragon yet, but for some reason, the blight itself fucking screams in your ear. It is pissed. And you don't know why, because usually...
Yeah, why are there archdemons leading a blight? And why wouldn't they wake them up all at once? Why do the Darkspawn need archdemons to lead the fight if the Titans are leading the archdemons, not the archdemons, the Darkspawn, to find the archdemons? They're already being led by another force to find the archdemons, so why wouldn't they just use their Darkspawn and kill everyone? No, it's because you don't know why. Because I don't know why. Because it wasn't explained. Other people were like in my comment section like, well, it is implied. It is implied. That's not what the fucking point of the video is about. I don't care about what things were implied or theorized or hinted at. I care that we never got a this is the reason why this happens. This is the reason. Closed. Case closed. This is it. This is canon. Solid as a rock. Heavy. That's it. That's why. That's the culmination of years and years and years of world building. That's what I wanted. I don't want people to be like, yeah, if it's because of like, actually, and well, I theorize that the Titans did this because then I can write my own fucking fan fiction at this point. You know what I mean?
Song is not angry at you, but something in your head is furious, and every warden on the field feels fucking terrified, which is rare for warden.
And I hate that everything goes back to the Evaneris.
Blight, but each and every one of them is scared to their fucking bones. If you're a warden, you are brought to your knees, clutching your head and screaming at the top of your lungs. It fucking hurts. It is terrifying. It is fear fermented into your very fucking bones. Some words are screamed in Elvish, and then...
They were in Dragon Age 2, and then they were cemented in the Inquisition Descent DLC, which I understand. But it was proved that, first of all, Inquisition, it is proved that you can reverse the Tranquility Rite, which, you know, and that the Titans, like the Lyrium was the Titans' blood, and that the Titans were indeed slumbering underneath in the deep roads. Great, fantastic, amazing. Amazing. You know what I would have, like, I don't know, man. It would have been cool if the Titans possessed the archdemons. Because, you know, they cannot return to their bodies. But it would have been cool if they could have returned to just possess the archdemons, and that would make sense of like why they have a new soul in them. Anything but whatever they fucking didn't do in Veilguard about it.
The Wardens are
that would have made more
victorious.
sense to me.
battle
Like
is won,
the Titans
but
are
at
possessing the
degrees of
archdemons
cost,
because fuck you
depending on your
guys.
choices. And the war is far from over.
If we don't get
And
our
so
bodies back,
closes
you don't get
Act
your
1
fucking
of
dragons
our
back. We
story,
take them
ladies and
over.
gentlemen.
You know,
the game
I don't
fast
know.
forwards, say, a week later. You get to see the aftermath of Weishaupt.
I might do something like that for my
slowly,
fanfiction.
And a giant funeral pyre being set
And it would
up
make
at the top
sense.
of the mountain. A great statue is erected to honor the hero of the Grey. Whoever slayed the archdemon is forever immortalized in stone, given the greatest tomb that Weishaupt has ever seen. During the funeral of the hero, whoever that may be, Morrigan is going to fly in Raven form, in a scene that I'm going to steal directly out of Warcraft from when Medivh lands in the throne room. She turns into a human in dramatic style, and warns every warden present that this Blight's threat is greater than they realize. She speaks of another dragon, another archdemon, the last, the final Blight. And depending on who's here, who's in charge, whether it's the first warden, the commander, who's left alive, who came as reinforcements, some will believe her,
that?
others
What is
not
that?
so much. But you're a warden, and the other wardens present can't help
What is
but
this?
believe that she's telling the truth. The things that you saw in your head on the field of battle, as you screamed, the pain that you've never before felt, the terror in your bones, the voice that echoed.
Ever seen
in
someone
your
put
ear.
cheese
It
on a
whispered
dog's
in
tail,
Elven,
so it's
and
a bad.
something is very wrong.
It's hilarious,
You've
man.
seen
That's
the
Veilguard,
gods
it
break
is.
out. Even if you haven't believed it before, even if you've
The
been
archdemons
telling
are
yourself
so
and telling
lame,
other
by
people
the
that
way.
it was surely just demons.
So
it was
lame.
nothing, surely. Even if you believe that, you now have the inkling that
I love
it
the
might
whole thing with the archdemons in Origins where they were so corrupted to the point that they didn't look like the original forms anymore. Like they were like these twisted versions of a dragon. These are just dragons.
actually have been the gods.
like
and one of
generic
them is
fucking
very,
dragons.
Very angry with you. And in light of this, assuming, of course, that you are a warden, and assuming that the Grey Wardens themselves pulled through relatively unscathed, or as best as they could have hoped, then whoever is in charge of the Grey Wardens, depending on your choices, depends who is alive, they pull you aside and tell you that you are officially a senior warden,
What
a
happened?
reward for your heroic, but also that they have a gift, a secret, that only the upper command of the Wardens know. He leads you to the highest tower in Weishaupt and reveals to you the fact that the Grey Wardens have griffins. This is the clutch of eggs that is taken from the Last Flight story. If you haven't read that, it's a pretty good read, worth a shot. The first warden rewards you with a baby griffin to call your own. Not yet big enough to ride, perhaps, but still something that could aid you greatly in your fight to save Phaedus. The Wardens promise you their aid. They are your brothers and sisters, after all. They will be there to fight against the Blight and these so-called elven gods, whoever they may be. I'd kind of like to have every background story / origins have its own unique ability
So does
that
he
it
die?
unlocks at this point, either earlier in the story or later in the story. Depending on your background, you'll unlock some kind of ability or pet or something that is directly linked to your background. The Grey Wardens get the Griffin. If you're not a Grey Warden, the Wardens aren't going to tell you about
What is this
griffins.
lame
But I
ass
digress. Moving on.
scene
Morrigan
about
then
killing an
tells you all
archdemon?
that she knows. For one reason or another, she's here to help, and she believes that to kill a god, you need a god. Taking you to the Alluvion that's stored at Weishaupt, she takes you to the Crossroads, a place of sanctuary within the Fade, and informs you that from here you can travel across Phaedus at your own whim, jumping great distances to call on the aid of other countries in your fight against the gods. She claims that she does not know where exactly the gods are now, only that they are angry and they will be plotting something, and that unfortunately she only knows of one person who might know what those plans are. Solus, who is currently trapped in the Fade, a prison of his own design that he made long ago, and that there may be a way to contact him. So long as you're in the Fade, the Crossroads acts as a portal to many ways. Where the Fade is finished, you might just be able to call out to him, if perchance.
I made the mistake of focusing on what's happening on the gameplay, and I want to kill myself. So I'm trying to not look at the fucking screen.
You held the right key.
Listen.
And here Morrigan reveals that somehow, through her own trickery, shapeshifting, and keeping an eye on things, she has Solus's dagger. And, I quote, "I have been protecting this." And so Act 1 ends, ladies and gentlemen. Act 2 would essentially be the opening
The
up
Griffin's
of
thing's
different locations
stupid.
across Phaedus. going to Antiva, Ravane, Navara, Orlais, and Ferelden. The final blight is upon you. Thedas stands on a knife's edge, and 2 elven gods are seriously pissed off.
Not her
at you,
fucking
and
throwing
you
a
don't
tantrum in
quite
the
understand
background, bro.
why or how yet. Unlike Veilguard, I'm not just going to give you the answers to every fucking question that you have immediately at the very beginning of the video game. And Solus is not the only elven god locked away. There are those forgotten that may come to your aid
forgotten
as well,
ones?
or bring more ruin and damnation than you could ever comprehend. Choice and consequence, ladies and gentlemen. You could go to so many different locations, and I'm not saying
I'm focusing on the background. He has 100%, you know, a more skill to write a video game than anyone that got paid to write fucking Veilguard. So you know what? Hire him and hire me, and together we'll figure it out. A fucking good video game. They bring the Griffins back? Yes, not a Griffin. 14 of them, I think. Bro. I mean, what a day. What a fucking day. I'm really sorry that Veilguard didn't get any nominations. Well, it got one. The participation nomination. Fuck that game, honestly. All I can say is, guys, fuck Veilguard. Fuck BioWare and fuck EA. That's all I can say about it. And I was right. I've been right. And watch my lore videos. I'm really having a lot of fun making them. So watch them. Okay. I think my next one is going to be Severan Lucanis. Which is going to be Severan Lucanis Anders, most likely. Because he's a mix of multiple companions. So there's that. I love you guys. I'm gonna go poop. And have a good one. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. I believe in you. Wave at me. Or else you better be fucking waving right now in your house. Bye-bye.